And we're live.
And we're
Welcome,
live.
welcome.
Took long
Welcome,
enough.
welcome.
Took long enough, yeah. All you had to do, Benjamin, was hit a button. Why did it take you so long? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Man,
So what were you saying, Hank? You're watching everybody freak out about this election that doesn't matter anyways? Why do you think it doesn't
Yeah,
matter?
because their policies were virtually identical to each other.
I didn't know they had different policies or same policies. I didn't even know what the policies were.
Exactly. You didn't know what the policies were because they were the same.
Okay. Yeah.
The entire policies just stayed personal tax because they're pretty much the platforms were the same.
Well, I mean, it sounds like there was difference on immigration policy. It sounds like there was difference on tax policies. Sounds like there
Yeah,
was difference on
it
foreign
sounds like
policy.
well, it sounded like there was a difference, but Trump was president before. But Biden didn't change anything from Trump, really. So the policies are the same.
Oh. Okay. I didn't know that. I thought they changed a bunch of things.
No.
And I think also like they're voting in a lot of the what's it called? The courts, the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
So it's gonna make a difference too on the way they lean, I guess.
yeah.
I guess.
I don't know.
Mm-mm.
The funny thing is, I expect Trump to go to jail anyways because I just know how he runs stuff.
Yeah.
They may end these current prosecutions temporarily, but I just know I'm used to how Trump runs things, so he's probably gonna go to jail anyways.
Yeah.
A convicted
So
felon.
For Vance, not Trump. You voted for Vance then, not Trump, then, right? That's what you're saying?
I voted for Kamala as a protest vote, but it didn't make a difference.
No, it didn't make a difference. No.
Yeah. I'm in the swing state. I knew it wouldn't make a difference.
Yeah. A little bit, you know. A little bit adds up to a lot. Everybody knows a little. Yeah.
Because like I said, going into the policy pretty much the same. They're not really talking about any issues I care about. So this is just I voted against Trump for personal reasons because he burned me last time.
This epidemic or how to pick up women. So why would Hank care?
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I'm on guard duty for another hour, so like in about an hour, I'll have to like move and transfer my duty to somebody, but I'll still be on.
Okay.
Okay.
So you said remind you not to end the show then.
Yeah.
Yeah. What guard duty? What are you guarding?
I can't tell you what I'm guarding.
Exactly.
You're guarding something.
I'm guarding something.
He's guarding.
No, it's guard duty is basically you have a post and you've got to watch over whatever your post is supposed to watch over.
All right. Okay. Don't let us distract you from that. But like, do you see any action at all? Yeah.
I'm good. It's nighttime. I'm sitting in the dark and I got my night vision stuff, so I'm good.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like to put on some night vision goggles at some point. See how I don't think I've put night vision goggles on before. Are they really that like useful?
Yeah, you see everything like it's day.
Yeah. I don't know, just thought about that, but like, oh man, I'm glad the election's over because there's just been like politics talk like nonstop 24/7 and
right.
a bit boring to me. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I guess there's a big FE heatedness going on as well because of it. Like this big instability, this big conflict, and now it's just a fallout.
Yeah.
People take enough attention though. Like the liberals are crying, but they're not. Well, the Democrats are crying, not the liberals. Liberals don't care. The Democrats are crying, but they missed the plot point that Trump actually got fewer votes this year than back in 2020 where he lost.
Right.
Yeah, just I see a lot of people just, social media, just like, voicing their opinion, voicing a strong opinion. And like, yeah, it's interesting because they're not typically always doing that. And then it's just like, it comes around this time of year and then everyone's like really angry or just really mad about something, and like I don't know exactly what it is. It feels a little bit irrational to me, but that's just from where I am. But like I don't know. I don't know exactly what to process about the elections yet.
Yeah, I don't even know. Like, not even. I've got some European friends that are like stuck processing it. This too. They're like, "How could America vote for Trump again?" And it's like, "What the hell do you care? It's not your country." But yeah,
Yeah. Well, like I know he's a guy. You know, he's a
yeah,
real
it's
guy.
true. He's a real guy.
He's I think of it like I was trying to like explain like why I like the ESTPs to someone in the community earlier this week, and
Uh,
I was processing like Trump. I was like, okay, yeah, Trump's an ESTP. I was like, okay, I think I know why. It's like
but so's
America.
Biden.
Yeah, so is
Yeah.
So's
Biden.
Obama.
So is Obama. A lot of presidents are, and I thought like I like the ESTP so much because they are such a good representation of America, the place where I grew up, and I feel like that it's kind of ingrained where like we're all kind of
Uh,
more ESTP like because it's like that's just like the vibe of America, and I think that's also why Trump is such a good
right.
like choice for a president. Not just because of personality, not exactly all of what he's doing and what he has done before, but like his personality is really what kind of pulled him through. You know, that is interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm processing a bit like the delusional aspect of both candidates. I think like Kamala was not very delusional about her character, but she was very delusional about her worldview. And Trump is the opposite. Like he's very delusional about his character and self-aggrandized, but his worldview isn't very delusional. Like he's very down to earth and very, I don't know, like
Hmm.
he kind of sees reality for what it is, and he's not trying to project a like a dream onto reality. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, he definitely
So
has a big character.
his narrative is totally delusional. Like in his victory speech, he was going off on like the narrative. It was like, oh, America suffered for the last 4 years, and there's like Biden and all this kind of stuff. It's like, what are you
Yeah.
doing?
Yeah, these are going to be the next. These are going to
I'm,
be the best 4 years of America. You know,
Right,
like
right.
all like this shit. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I'm like, are you
Yeah.
kidding me? You're the one that locked me down, moron.
Yeah, you locked Hank down.
Yeah. He's good at what he does. He's good at what he does.
What's up,
Hello.
Chris?
Hello, Chris.
Yeah.
I do. I'm a very big fan though of the Trump impersonators. I think they're hilarious. I think they're great.
I was seeing that during his victory speech too. He's impersonating himself, like he's a meme. I don't get it. Like, how are you still impersonating yourself, Trump? How? I don't get it.
I'm
It's so
still, I'm
funny.
still, I'm still
So
upset
funny.
that he never came out to Centipede. Remember when the hand stumped the Trump stuff? 2016 never came out to that music.
I have no idea what that means, Hank.
It's a song that was part of the memes during his campaign 2016, but he never ever came out to that music. Even though he doesn't give a crap about copyright and rights and stuff,
Yeah.
he just came out to whatever music he demo please, even though the artist didn't like it.
Right. The other thing is like Kamala couldn't compete with Zeffy. Like she was pretending to have Effie all the time, and
So
she just didn't
right.
work.
Yeah, yeah.
It
I was
didn't
definitely
work.
noticing that. Yeah. Like
Yeah.
she would not like it's like her FI would come in weird places, like especially when she talked about the school buses that one time. Did you see
Oh,
that?
that was long ago. That was long ago. But
That
like,
was really, really long
like
ago.
even
Yeah.
she's like, I love you guys too. It's like, yeah, that's bad Effie. You don't love the guys. You're just pretending.
Just pretending. I mean,
Yeah.
I
My
mean,
FE is garbage too. So, but I don't. The thing is, I
Effie
can't
love.
find. I can't. What I'm pissed about is that there's no real place for me to be at. The best I can do is literally just take control of something, and I'm still at a place there.
I feel like Hank did
Yeah.
fall out of a coconut tree.
That's
Did you fall
racist.
out-
You can't say that.
Did you fall out of a coconut tree, Hank?
Not that I know of.
Good.
Are you saying he looks like a monkey? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying like
It's so racist, Dave. You can't say stuff like that.
that's not racist. That's not racist at all.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've said some
Okay.
very racist things, and that's not one of them.
Oh, okay. I was trying to entrap you. Never mind.
No, I could sabotage myself. It's okay. I'm not running for president anytime soon.
What's up, buddy?
Checking to make sure Benjamin is still alive. He's doing good. Yes.
Yeah, we're good. I can hear firefights in the background, but it's not really in my area here, so we're good. So yeah, that's over the election stuff.
No, well, it's just getting started now.
Yeah.
I don't know how long it's gonna take to really like notice difference. Like, I feel like it's gonna be like a year before really anything I can tell changes.
The big thing is going to be like those 12 steps of what's it called? Like the 5 steps. I don't know what however number of steps you have of grieving. Like the left has got to grieve a lot right now. They're going to go through like the anger and the denial and all that stuff.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was definitely noticing a lot of that. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. They have to get to acceptance at the end somehow. Or they're like, I'm going to leave the country, and it's like, okay, well, we'll pay for your airplane ticket, Beyonce.
Absolutely, get out.
I think that's a good argument, but people will say like, just like you don't like the country you're in, just leave.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's an immigrant that wants to take your place. Don't worry.
Yeah, how is that going to work?
It's simple. Trump's going to do nothing because they build his buildings. That's like
but doesn't he want to deport like 20 million people? He wants to get 20 million people deported.
Well, he said that so he can get into office again, so he can get away from
That's true. Yeah, that's true. You can lie your ass off just to get in office, and it's not going to even matter because he's in here for 4 years. He can't stay longer anyway. So, like, no one's going to call him out on lying and be like, "Oh, we're not going to elect you next time."
Right.
But he's probably going to try to stay in there so he could not get charged criminally, but it's not going to work because we just impeach him then.
I think though,
I'm sure he's going to try to do what he said.
Yeah, compared to 2016, I feel like he's going to be doing more of what he said than in 2016. Like he just said a lot of shit in 2016 that was a bit controversial, and he didn't end up doing like 90% of it.
Yeah, he was blocked a lot too, and yeah.
Well, once he was blocked, like he just couldn't manage his people whatsoever.
It's funny looking back on the 2016 Trump, and like I remember how extreme he sounded, and how just how crazy.
We're gonna build a wall.
Yeah, but like now when you look back on it, it's like like this doesn't sound extreme. Like you just sound like you know what you're talking about now.
Yeah. He's always been talking about the tariffs. Like I think in 1998, he's like, we need a 25% tariff on all incoming goods. Like, wow, that's a lot.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But that was it's 10% now. That's what his policy is going to be.
I remember in Canada it was like that was the big thing back when I was younger. It was like Mulrooney. He was trying to get rid of the free trade or make free trade between America and Canada, and like there's a whole controversy there too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got it. Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up?
I just unplugged the internet. I was so excited to come on here because I am starting to get a little bit lonely, and it was weird to do the it was just unexpectedly, it was strange to do the election day with all alone,
Yeah.
It's just kind of weird. I mean, we vote in advance because we have mail-in voting, but it was just still strange to not be able to like wake up the next morning and debrief with somebody. But I just unplugged the internet, so I'm using the hotspot of my phone right now. Really poor timing because I was like, all excited to hang out, and then I unplugged the internet, and I don't know how to reset it. I mean, I plugged it back in, and supposedly it's supposed to come on, but I think there's supposed to be some lights flashing that are not flashing. So.
Plug it. Yeah, pretty much. Make sure the cable box plugged in, and if you have an external router attached to your cable box, plug it in, and it should just be up in like 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to give it some more time, but I know when this has happened in the past, sometimes Russ has to actually go in on his device and reset something on the web, which like it's his account, and I don't know how to do that. So I don't know. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I saw I saw your Halloween video, Annie.
Oh yeah.
That was intense. Yeah.
It was for me at first, especially. I mean, it hit me really hard when I first learned that news, and like I'm kind of adjusting now. And
What happened to your sink
yeah.
though? How did you fix it? What is that about?
So okay, so you know the kind of sink where the sprayer pulls out, and you can spray around the sink like that.
Right.
Yeah. So the connection inside was leaking, so it was leaking down the inner pipe, and the whole back wall of the cabinet underneath was wet, and water was going on the floor just because of this steady drip. And I tried tightening it, and it wouldn't tighten. And so then I took it apart with some wrenches. Russ left the back of his truck unlocked, and all of the main tools basic tools he carries from job to job are right there in the truck. So if I need anything, they're in there. I got some wrenches and I undid it, and this little bit of a rubber seal fell out. And so then I had to just find it was a very unique size and like a tiny little thing. And so then I went out in the shop, and there's all these file cabinets full of stuff, but they're actually labeled. So one of them said plumbing, and there was this box that was an assortment of different size washers and things. And so I found the
Seals.
exact one. Yeah, I found the exact
Nice.
seal that I needed and put it in there. And I was so happy because I have this big project to clean out their refrigerator, and it's really overwhelming because it was disgusting. And it would mean, like, if the sink was broken and leaking, it means I can't do that. I can't do all the cleaning I want. I can't even like really do dishes easily. So I'm
Right.
really glad I resolved that right away. Yeah.
Yeah, that was good. It was a little footnote in your video, but I'm like, oh no, you did something big there. It wasn't small for Annie. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I actually, was single for a long time, and like I have my own tools. I had even more of my own tools when I was more single, like my own router. I always have my own screw gun. And this is also not the first time that I've dated a contractor, so I know a little bit about what I'm doing and like how to
Right.
problem solve those kind of basic things. Like I built my own loft before, like when I lived in a really small really, really small place. I built a platform to put my bed on top where I could put my desk underneath. And like I did it all by myself. So I kind of know what I'm doing.
Nice. Sweet.
Yeah. Yep.
So what do you need to debrief on the election about? What happened on your end? How are you processing it?
I don't know that I really do need to. I mean, I'm not,
Yeah.
I don't feel
Your
really.
Annie could predict it was either one or the other. It wasn't too hard to predict like like you didn't have to, only two outcomes
Yeah,
to
I thought it
process.
was gonna be
Yeah.
Trump for like 6 months. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I'm okay. I just think it's a little bit short-sighted. Like, I think people were voting in that direction because of the economy and because everyone's struggling so much. Like, that was one of the reasons.
Yep.
But the reality is that presidents don't have a whole lot of control over, especially inflation, and that's like a global thing. I don't
Yeah.
like Papa Trump is not the puppet master of the economy. It's like very, very complicated. So I don't
That's
know
right,
that.
but he knows who they are. He could probably, like the people
Yeah.
in charge of the World Bank and stuff like that.
He's got at least more power than me to do anything.
Yeah. And I
And
think
then
he's
also like,
close.
yeah, okay,
I mean,
that works.
it's just sad, that such a like gross person, and he does a lot of his rhetoric is really hateful, and it's just embarrassing that someone
Yeah.
can win while saying those terrible things.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and I guess also so if the economy really truly was better for me, and I don't know that it will be, then that's great. Maybe it will be for some people. But if I live in a state where we actually have services, I mean, I basically, me personally, have socialized healthcare because of my income level. And if that is taken away at all, and then the economy improvement doesn't trickle down to me, that's really scary. Like you start messing with my
Yeah.
healthcare, and I get really afraid.
I mean, if
So
the economy's better overall, then more people will look at your Etsy, and more people will come and get massages and stuff like that too.
I sure hope so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what I was seeing is like, okay, yeah, maybe he can't fix the economy, but the people are suffering from the economy, and he was at least addressing it and talking about it, whereas like Kamala wasn't doing that as much.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, he's not
Yeah.
going after the parts that matter, like the stupid copyright thing. We need to cut that back because we have these multimillionaires and actual dead people trying to wring us out of the next couple dollars for Netflix or whatever people watch, and that's annoying. And there's people that say you can't play video games at all because they need to sell new video games.
Hank, it sounds like you know the real issues. Like you should run on that platform.
Without money, I don't have a lot of money, and I'm fam. I was checking my bank account. I was for a few months. I was running a deficit, and I'm trying to cut down on my expenses, and I need to figure out another source of income. So I was like running a deficit of like K a month. So
Yeah, for sure.
of course, this is the busy season, so I usually just make it all back around November, December, anyways. But I need to not run deficits.
You come here, puppy.
You were worried about your dogs, right, Annie? Are they okay? Are they adjusting?
They're doing really great. The little one is doing way better than I thought, and Russ's best friend is this like 80-something-year-old lady that he goes over to her house every day and takes Poppy over there, and she has a little King Charles Spaniel, and I was able to take her over there and just drop her off like daycare for 3 hours. So she did a couple of those play dates, and when we got over there, she got the zoomies and was running all over this old lady's house, and so I've been very careful about keeping the routine very, very similar, and I think she's doing great. I think she'll be. So you're laughing.
I am laughing. Yeah, it's funny. It's cute. You're like a dog mom.
Well, yeah, and I know like a lot of times when people have children and they don't have a lot of experience with pets, then they think like, oh my God, it's just a dog. Like, don't be ridiculous. You're talking about this like it's a child, but things like you know how certain children would be very sensitive to routine, and you would if there were major changes, you would keep certain anchors throughout the day similar to keep them safe. Protect their mental health. And
I mean, they do have
and so that's what I'm doing with her. Yeah. There's a big diesel truck outside. I wonder if that's the concrete. They're coming, maybe the big truckload of concrete finally finishing that job. I don't know.
That'd be nice, yeah.
Yeah, I want it to be over with. But she's doing
So you
really
didn't vote
good.
for Trump, I gather?
No, I didn't. I voted for Kamala. Yeah. Yeah, and we had a whole bunch of other like local politics stuff that we actually did get a version of the ranked choice voting that made sense. It was well written, and I voted for that. Because there was another one last cycle I voted no on because it was just poorly written and it was stupid. Come on. Do you want to come sit?
What's up, Nico? How are you processing things?
Looks like he needs a second.
Yeah.
There we go. So my AirPods do this thing where the second I connect to the stream, they disconnect. It's kind of annoying, not gonna lie. So I gotta like reconnect them. And it's, kind of fucked because my phone says they're connected, but they're not. So it's like,
Yeah, Trump really needs to get on that.
I agree. He's got to pick his battles and focus his energy on the right things, and that sounds like the right thing. That and the next Netflix one Hank was mentioning.
Right.
Okay. Man. Okay,
Yeah,
so what
and
have I been? What have
Steam's
I
even
been?
worse than Netflix. Steam's even worse than Netflix because that Steam lawsuit. This is like pretty much when you buy a game on Steam, well, you just buy a license to it and they can support whenever they damn well please.
Did I get Xbox Live yet? No, I haven't. No, I don't have my Xbox over on at school. But around like Thanksgiving time, I'll be back. I'll consider getting it. I'll say I'll consider getting it. The reason why I'll say I'll consider getting it is because I'll play for like a week and then disappear, and then the month-long subscription just goes to naught.
So if you already know that's going to happen, it's still going to happen? Like you can't get out of it?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, if you already know what's going to happen and it's not a favorable outcome, so then why don't you change the outcome?
Well, the other option would be take the Xbox with me here, which, I'm considering, but
Yeah.
I guess I'm just, at a certain point, I guess I'm just trading one distraction from another.
Yeah. How do you feel about Trump?
I mean, he won. He's there.
True.
Yeah.
Like I'm not. Like I knew he was going to win for the most part.
Yeah, for sure.
You're not. You don't get away with, getting shot, having a rallying pose, and essentially being immortalized as a president that survived an assassination twice, and don't win. That's just that.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. If you don't win, no sense is made. Honestly, there's like he won by such a landslide too. It was insane.
Well, he won by a landslide, except he actually got fewer votes this year than in 2020. Yeah. Look it up. Donald Trump got like 2 million fewer votes this year than when he lost in 2020.
No, I think I could just take that censoring for like what I think I'll just take it for it. I'm not.
I saw somebody who reminded me a lot of you this week, Nico. His name's Chris Langan. I can't believe I've never heard of him before. I don't know if you've heard of him. Langan.
Chris
Langan. Yeah.
Like Gurren Lagann, the hit anime.
No, like Tate Langdon,
destroying...
the guy I went as for Halloween.
Like the giant mechs that fight the anti-spiral, like that Gurren Lagann.
Exactly. That's exactly it.
Yeah. Okay, what's his name? Chris Langan?
Yeah, Langan. I don't know if he's your same type, but there's something similar between the two of you.
I'm gonna pull up a small video of it.
Oh, he looks like...
I could do it.
Yeah, go for it.
Let me see.
He's like 70.
He reminds me of My Pillow Guy.
Your pillow guy? You have a pillow guy?
Yeah. He reminds me of the My Pillow Guy.
Oh, okay.
A 46-second video on his thoughts on Trump.
Oh, does he? Okay, let's hear what he thinks about Trump.
I swear. I look up this guy, look up images, and then there's Genius, a comparison.
I'm
195 IQ.
A landowner around here, and this is a ranch. And we don't like government intervention and intrusion on our land any more than anybody else does. Mercer County is a very pretty place. It's quiet. It's very sparsely populated, and we like that because it's peaceful and quiet.
We feel safe here.
We're free to do pretty much whatever we want.
Freedom.
Here we
That's
have the
Mercer
salt of the
County,
earth.
Pennsylvania.
I mean,
That's
here
my
we have the
Mercer County.
people that don't want their Constitution or the Second Amendment or any of their amendments to be infringed.
And Trump is a plain speaker. He's not a professional politician.
Exactly.
Therefore, doesn't prevaricate.
I mean, he seems like
So is
he
it-
seems
Sorry,
like my
look.
kind of
What is
guy.
the dog doing here? What the dog doing?
I mean, here we have the people that don't want.
Like, the dog is just. What are they doing?
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
What are they... Sorry, that I just got distracted. I wasn't really listening.
Yeah, I know, I could tell. But yeah, that's
Okay.
Mercer County, Pennsylvania.
Okay,
I
he
get-
seems like my kind of guy. But what really got you reminding me of him? Reminding you
That's
of
a lot
me?
a lot of the mannerisms and a lot of the way. I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. Just something in the NF.
Okay, so
Yeah,
Maybe both like double masculine somewhere along that. I don't know.
maybe. Yeah, yeah. He's definitely masculine. Masculine.
he
DD.
looks like some. Maybe a double masculine ENTP? I don't know. I'm not sure.
It could be. Yeah, either that or ESTP. He's an EP.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
need to
EP.
look. I need to look
After-
for any.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
After I unplugged the router, accidentally and plugged it back in, then after many minutes, it never came back on. Should I reset it? Like if I turn off
Yes.
the router and turn it back on? Okay, I'll try
Yes.
that.
You should try that. Yeah, for sure.
Apparently, Chris Langan is the smartest man in the world.
That's what he says. Yes.
He said known for high IQ.
Yes.
What is his IQ?
It's like 195, apparently, allegedly. I think that's. I don't know.
Why is he living on a farm miles away from everything? Because
Uh-huh.
he's the smartest man in the world.
Yeah, that's typically there's that trend where like people who are just like too bright, they just disappear off the face of the earth because they don't want to deal with any of the noise, the societal noise of of essentially normalcy, I guess.
You know, that kind of makes sense. But if you're really, that's why you want to hang around stupid people.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
But then again, people who claim to be really smart tend not to pay much attention.
I moved to northern Missouri. You mean to tell me I can meet this guy?
I don't know.
Probably.
Oh, he created the
He's
cognitive
72.
theoretic model of the universe, the connection between mind and reality. Therefore, the presence of cognition in the universe in the same phrase.
I'd like to see him on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. He can prove the existence of God, soul, and afterlife using math. Dude, this guy sounds like my kind of guy.
So,
Well,
but
I
God already did it.
He's got a theory for everything.
A lot of this cognitive theoretical model stuff are things that I've thought about quite a bit. It seems like.
Why are people getting impressed over people inventing things that already exist? This is stupid.
What do you mean?
Goddo did it already. Goddo had proof of God via mathematics. Kurt Goddo. And he I don't think he was even the first one who did it. So people reinvent stuff that already exists, but it's impressive because white men.
Well, the thing is that people tend to forget about things like this for the most part, and then somebody has to come around and reinvent the wheel again.
So this
So,
guy's
like-
pretty
so, like,
aware of a lot
you-
of
so,
things.
like,
I just think he's
you-
wrong about a lot of things. That's my problem.
Yeah, like a theory of everything is a theory of nothing, because theories are only useful if they have limits and constraints to something.
That's right. Yeah.
All right. So this guy. He's quote unquote in the millionth percentile of intellect. Honestly, we could pull together like the Avengers and come up with a better theory of him, like a better theory than him, and he's like going to be our Thanos, and we got to like theorize better than him.
Yeah,
If
there
he's
you
on Thanos, I could take him on by myself. This is ridiculous.
go.
Nah,
you-
I'd
you
win
in one
by
army.
two.
Don't worry, he's not better than you. You're still S tier.
Right. You can't really beat Hank. Not even Trump can't even beat Hank. You should just run for
That's right.
president. Yeah. 2028.
What if I
On the
win?
copyright
I don't want to
platform.
deal with that crap.
That's true. I agree.
Trump doesn't even want to deal with that crap. He keeps saying he has to.
He doesn't. He didn't have to, except he might get out of jail from all his crimes. Already did.
It's like, but there is this certain phenomena known as like the call of leadership or whatnot, where certain people who are like kind of born to be not born to be leaders, but are in the right place or at the right time will know, like they'll precognitively know that they're gonna be a leader.
Now,
And this isn't like Social One or
Yeah,
you
I
know,
had to call
whatnot.
before. People called to lead my Linux users group, but I got stabbed in the back, and now the thing was destroyed, and I don't feel like rebuilding it. So screw them.
Yeah, screw them, Hank.
yeah.
How dare they stab you in the back?
You guys, there's two things, I guess. There's a modem and a router.
Yes.
Oh,
I
so you need to
know.
reset both. Yeah.
That's my setup. So you have to make sure both of them are rebooted if there was, or whatever. Actually, it usually doesn't matter for me, but I don't know how Rush set his up.
Yeah, the one problem is the one box thingy. There's like absolutely no way I can reach it unless I get like a utility ladder, like a big ladder.
Can you reach the power? Can you reach the power though, where it's plugged in?
Yeah, I mean that's how the problem started. Is that I unplugged it and then plugged
Okay.
it back in. I guess I could do that again.
Yeah,
Right.
unplug them both. Plug them both back in.
Wait also like 30 seconds when you unplug them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably even a whole minute even.
I'll try that.
Yeah.
So for my house, that would just reset stuff automatically. If there's an issue, it's gonna be
Right.
at Comcast.
You earned a perfect score on the SAT. Holy shit! Despite taking,
You're still looking up this guy? Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
this guy's. I think okay. I'm starting to see bullshit. I'm starting to see
Right.
You
BS.
starting to see it?
You're starting to see it.
Well, like I saw bullshit, but like I was like, let me look more into this guy, and yeah, no, I'm really seeing bullshit. Got a fucking perfect score on the SAT despite taking a nap during the test, motherfucker.
Yeah, if you want to,
Taking a nap.
Like,
compare
Yeah.
him to someone who's legit like Stephen Wolfram. He's actually legit.
So he talks about Wolfram, and he talks about Wolfram's limitations and how his IQ is not as high, but he's a genius, and he's trying to, whatever. He's got a whole take on Wolfram.
I don't know. That's gotta be like a TI thing, like just like so much
It's gotta be.
intelligent talk. Yeah.
Yeah. All he talks about is IQ and intelligence, and he's smart and he's not smart. Yeah. So
Yeah. Well, you should
Yeah.
talk about the theoretical basis for IQ and how that's bullshit.
There's
Mhm.
no like character story that he's trying to persuade people on.
Yeah, the theoretical the IQ is based on mental age. Then they slice and dice it up in a statistical soup.
IQ is not based on mental age.
I mean, IQ is kind of a skill.
Yes,
It's
it
like
is.
you can practice and train on it. It's a skill.
Yes, yes, it is Spencer mental age. That was what the original metric was before they do some statistical post processing to make based around 100 as a mean score.
Okay, it just didn't like sound like that like off the bat because it just feels like you're testing like cognitive processes and ability to see patterns. Mainly.
Yeah, look it up. Look it up. I've read the history
mean,
of IQ.
I bet you're right. I bet
I
you're
mean,
right.
take an IQ test and like see what kind of questions there are on there.
There's lots of
Like-
visual spatial questions, stuff like that.
Which one of the things is what I'm confused about is why do we need the quotient? Why can't just give us the raw number? Well, because the raw number would be metric, they probably lost track of the raw number too, because they're used to doing the post processing all the time.
Wait, Ben, are you gonna take one?
What, an IQ test? No, I'm already taking some. I don't like them. They take too much effort and energy, and I don't like. Why would you do it? Like,
No, just like online. Like,
no, I've
doesn't-
taken. Yeah, I've taken them online before. It just takes like, I don't know.
Oh, what?
We can do it together if you want. Someone could stream one. We can do it
The
together.
puzzles are
Okay.
like fun.
You mean stream an IQ test? I might do
Yeah.
it later. I might
Let's
do it
see.
later. I don't know. Let me
Sure.
see.
Wait. We could build like a 5-person brain cell. Like, I mean, a 5. All right.
Compute unit.
All right. Yeah, we could. Yeah.
But I'm the dumb guy.
5-person brain cell. A 5-person brain where we are all the cells.
All right. You want to see? I mean, I could do it right now. If that's all
My
right.
only concern is the neurons won't fire. Like the neurons won't fire correctly, and it'll just be a bunch of TI like circle jerking.
I know it's gonna be TI circle jerky. That's why I'm gonna make lasagna as soon as you start.
Wait.
What is this IQ test?
What is this? What?
The word
Is this-
mineral can be spelled only using letters
Oh,
found in
it's
the word
linguistic
parliament.
IQ. I can barely read this shit. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
My phone is so small.
Oh, I'm on a timer.
Yeah, I got somebody calling me now too. Give me a second.
Triangle glove, clock, bicycle.
Can you mute me? How do I mute me?
I can mute you. Yeah.
I can barely read this shit.
You are muted. Okay. The sequence of words: triangle glove. Yeah. I don't want to do this. It's all right.
Yeah, it's very, very linguistic.
I'm just gonna skip through it.
It's
Oh,
like verbal
okay.
IQ.
How about we just randomly choose and see
Wait, what's
what
it?
we
Yeah,
get?
yeah.
All right, true, false. I'm just gonna go back and forth. True, false.
No. You got to do true, and then false. Like you got to answer all of the questions true, and then answer all of them false, and see, and then calculate how many true questions there are versus false questions. If the IQ is higher, whenever you answer true, more true, like whenever you answer true rather than false, it'll essentially prove that there are more true answers than false ones, and then vice versa.
I don't think it's gonna be a true or false like IQ. Okay, this name will appear on your profile. All right. Do I have to submit something? I don't know. Random.
Bin streamer. Bin man.
Cool. I. Bro, I have to pay $15.
Oh, that's so stupid. Oh,
Scam.
okay. That is the most retarded shit. Okay.
Yeah, right.
There are more like freebies. There are freebies. You just gotta like dig.
All right, I'm channel changing. Here's the video I wanted to show you yesterday.
Actually,
Nico.
no. Look up aptitude test.
I'm done with the IQ test. Maybe later. Here, this is why I like to have FI people in the world. I'll just watch a short video here.
Stop!
Stop resisting. You got 3 of
I just love that. I love that so much that the bystander laughs like.
He fucking
It's like-
he had the
It's like that's so FI. Like if I was there, like it's just not FI appropriate to do something like that. But like I get it. It's funny.
You're
But
telling
what
me you
even
wouldn't
happened?
dribble?
I don't understand what happened in that video.
It's just this girl's running from the police and she ran into a pole like really badly. Yeah, I'll try to play it again.
You're telling
And,
me you wouldn't
yeah.
want to?
Oh, like the comptroller. She was on the train.
It was like a really bad hit too.
Stop!
Yeah, that had to be painful. That had to be
That
painful.
It's bad. Yeah, I can't process visual information that quickly. Like that's why I couldn't tell what was in that video. You know, I couldn't
Right.
see that it was a cop. That's why I hate action movies. I can't process the information that quick.
Interesting.
Wow, I wonder if that is just an audio thing, or like
Demon
Yeah, I
Sensory,
mean,
maybe?
if it was audio, you know, I
Demon
could listen
sensory.
to it on 2 times speed or more and process it fine. But just like a lot of visual action, like I can't watch football. Like what they're just there's too much movement. I have no idea what's going on.
Really? It's just boring. It's not too much movement. That's what I think.
Oh yeah, well that too. Sometimes the
Football's
snaps
not
are okay.
boring. Football's
now
not
the
boring.
faster
okay,
the
yeah.
faster they're moving, the better. Like super high paced, high choreographed like fight scenes are just like those are S tier. Like the stick figure fights. Have you seen
Yeah,
the stick figure
You would
pivot
not
fights?
like
Yes.
anime. Maybe you wouldn't like the action animes either.
Wait, you should
Mm-mm.
pull up one of the like the stick figure fights to. They're
Why should we pick up the stick figure fights? Those things are old. That's like
Yeah.
the beginning of the internet was the stick figure fights.
Yeah, but it's fun. And
We used to make
they're,
those in
like,
paint and then like animate them.
Yeah. I used to do that.
Yeah,
well, more they're still coming out. Like there's still a
Right.
meta.
I'm
For,
sure they are.
for
Yeah,
stick
it's like
figures.
the easiest animation to do, and everyone does them. Yeah.
The problem is I don't want to like open one because it has most of them have songs in it, and I don't want the stream to get suspended.
So just mute
Oh
it.
yeah.
You mean to mute it? Okay.
Look up Red versus.
Well, no, I don't want you to pull it up, but go, if you're gonna pull it up, just mute it.
I'll mute it. It's really I'll just like show a few like 30 seconds of it. This is one that I really liked in my childhood.
Oh yeah, I remember this one.
It's just they're just everywhere.
They are just everywhere. Yeah.
It looks so much slower than what it used to be. I don't know.
Yeah.
Wait, Andy, can you track this?
Of course.
Yeah,
Is it? Yeah.
that's
Okay. Cool.
that's slow enough.
Okay.
It's just if it's too much movement or if the camera's shaky, then I can't track it.
Okay, I think they're speeding up a little bit more. This is a pretty decent fight.
We won't watch all of it.
Oh my god, I used to love I still do. I still love.
Oh
these.
yeah. I used to as well.
No, I still do. This is great.
We got the point. We got the point.
Oh my god. I got Dave. I'm still feeling the effects of last night. Yeah, it was like a brain exercise where essentially I overclocked it and like did some like high intensity brain interval training on it because I was iterating at because essentially while I was high,
You should have just done some workouts and you'd have been fine.
well, no, while I was high, I was iterating like a fucking like several billion layered pattern or like well even
black hole?
more than that. No. No. It was a lot more complex. A lot more complex.
Yeah.
It was like it was a multiversal pattern essentially,
What did it look
with like
like?
many more patterns. It was like fractals. It was kind of fractal, but I knew like what every node. I knew what every node and like every part meant, and it had like fractals within them. So I knew all of the iterations before then. I'm telling you, it was an insane amount to process. And the thing was is that I was like making them, so it was even more like it was there was even more to process.
Yeah.
No, I was really it was a lot to yeah, it was essentially just a lot. Um
I got switched. I'm coming off guard duty.
I essentially
Yeah, yeah.
I essentially iterated so much it was akin to like very high intensity training or hitting like a new brain PR.
Did
To
you
where now I'm
pass the
like sore.
SATs but
Now I'm
fall
like
asleep in the
sore
middle?
afterwards.
Did you get a perfect score on the SATs but fall asleep?
I never took the SAT, but
Oh.
sure. I did
Yeah, such an
fall
intense
asleep.
degree.
How'd you not take the SAT? Aren't you required in school?
No. ACT.
They made us take the SAT, ACT,
Oh
Yeah,
no,
me
no
too.
SAT, no SAT,
ESAT,
no
all of it.
ACT.
Yeah.
So did they change it, or is it different state to state? Because I didn't know that they abolished that.
It's different state to state.
There's the SAT and ACT. ACT is different state to state. SAT is just national.
Samuel, welcome. Who do you ask this to? Are you a bouncer? Oh, you asking to Benjamin because he's doing guard duty. Probably something with missile defense is my best guess, but I don't know.
Yeah, he's off of guard duty and starting raider duty soon.
Yeah, dude is actively protecting the missiles.
No.
Yeah,
He did
no.
not disclose.
Every
He did
time,
not disclose
no,
what
no,
he's
no.
protecting. He did not disclose what he's protecting.
It's the space
No,
lasers, not the missiles.
every time Israel launches a missile, there's like a mini part of bin on the missile, essentially protecting that particular missile from anti-missile technology. So like say what do you might call it? Like Israel will shoot like a missile to like Lebanon or like Iran or whatnot. Binyamin will be like riding the missile, and with his like trusty white rifle, it'll be essentially like shooting down all the other like anti-air missiles that come up to make sure it gets safe landing. And then what'll happen after that is like Binyamin, like when the missile crashes, Binyamin hops off and he gets ported by the fucking Israeli, like the Israeli, tractor satellite.
That's good.
And then,
That's good, Sam. Yeah.
yeah, and then he'll be ported back right back to his place, like right back to his post. That way, Binyamin's safe. It's like he gets essentially transferred through a light beam. It's a really interesting mechanism. It's like in America just hasn't caught up at all.
Yeah, no, not with Benjamin and with Israeli missile defense. They were basically unstoppable, right?
What are you guys doing?
Yeah, he
Y'all are
really
weird.
defends his missiles well.
I don't know. I'm just going along. I don't know. I can change a little bit. So this week, my parents came up for Halloween and we went to dinner and they brought me a few things that I needed from the house. And one of the things was a comforter, and I was just sleeping with like two kind of biggish blankets. And after I get this comforter, like my sleep and my dreams have not been better like since coming here. It's been such a game changer to have it, like really. And I don't know. I just decided like to process that right now, like that being more comfortable in bed, gets you better sleep.
Yeah, it's really interesting how that works.
I'm sleeping so good without Russ here, and when he's here, I normally have white noise, special
He snores,
sleeping.
right?
Yeah, I have like special sleeping AirPod thingies with white noise, and I'm taking a break from those while he's gone because honestly, my ears are so sick of. I have earbuds in most of the day, like during the day listening to podcasts, and then also when I'm sleeping. So I'm getting a break from having those in, and it's just
Mhm.
quiet. And then also, if there is any noise from the dogs, I can hear them if they need me. The little one gets bored sometimes in the night and starts crying. And so I just come down and sit with her for a little bit. So that's good. But I'm just sleeping so well, but it's so well that I'm not remembering as many dreams because I'm just sleeping so deep and like through the night.
It's interesting because I'm having the opposite effect where I'm sleeping more deeply now and I'm having more dreams because of it.
Mm. I
If
know that I'm having the dreams. It's just that I'm not waking up enough to review them so that I can remember them the next morning. So I'm having them, but not remembering the details.
if
Yeah.
let me do my code. Whenever Mr. Man comes back, Mr. Snoring Man, honestly,
Hmm.
there's like there are several things that you can like give him to alleviate his snoring, so he like sleeps a little better.
Like an elbow to the ribs.
A little less violent.
Water on his pizza?
Yeah.
You can get him like a nose bridge expander, essentially like like a nose strip, and mouth tape. That's what I do whenever I.
He would not submit to that. I don't like I'm not the boss of him. I can't.
Then
And
control him
it has
harder.
to be no, it has to be his idea. If it occurred to him to
Is
use
this
the nose
fucker
strip and it was
Ti?
his
Does he
idea,
know he
he would
snores yet? Does he know he snores yet?
yeah,
Yeah.
he knows.
It's
Yeah.
not like he could. What can you do about it?
Fucking okay,
He
subliminal.
yeah.
Okay, all right. This is where you kind of got to like strategize here. So you got to make it subliminal. You got to try and like feminine te. Like that te is feminine. So what you can kind of do is like subliminally like wiggle the idea, into his little noodle, and
Mhm.
then the noodle will recognize it like an immune system, not like an immune system recognizing a foreign thing as one of its own. Like
Mhm.
whenever you lower its defenses, it'll
Yeah, I have
essentially be
used
like,
this yeah, I've used this tactic with him before and sometimes it works, just like subtly like dropping an idea or even using reverse psychology or somehow making him think that the thing is his idea. But the
"Mhm.
thing is he's so much smarter than me. So sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
All right, all right, all right. This is where you got to play the long con. You got to play the long con. So like, what is he like a TE dom? What is he like? Do you know his type?
I really don't know. I've thought of him as an ISTP, but I'm really not sure.
Okay. Well, no, what you got to do, you got to.
He's just Russ. He's just Russ.
He's Russ.
He's just Russ. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you do just have to subliminally work it in there. Then you could get the mouth tape and all that. You can also get like this. There's this like antihistamine nose spray that essentially widens the nasal cavities. There's also just better fucking sleeping posture too. Like fucking just
Well, the
don't
thing
sleep
is,
wrong.
like, I snore too. It just doesn't bother him. He grew up in a house with, 6 siblings in like
What
a
is
900 square foot house with like his dad and mom and 6 siblings, and everybody snored, and it just doesn't bother him. So he says, "Why can't I be more like him and just not be bothered by it?" But
it's
it's
not how that
difficult.
works.
I'm just really
Um,
sensitive to noise. So
Tell him you
yeah,
don't
that
know.
is
Tell him
it's
you
not
don't know.
that is not how that works. Yeah, no, you just people function differently on those levels. So like, okay, all right. Is like your boy an extrovert or something? Is he like very extroverted? I do have like a bit of a theory on extrovert like on extrovert versus like low sleep versus high sleep and sleep. So, like for instance, my girlfriend, she, what you might call it, she sleeps a lot better whenever I'm around.
Oh yeah, I do
But-
that too. So it's the weird irony that like sometimes I can't fall asleep until he gets into bed, but at the same time he wakes me up when he starts snoring.
But I'm like, okay, it doesn't work like that for me because I need more of like my zone for my sleep to really work. Except for very apt circumstances, which it is like working out. I was curious if like it is attached to sleep or not, but it seems like you've broken that pattern.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, to answer your question though, he's not extroverted. He's pretty introverted.
Okay. Honestly,
Or maybe
man,
somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, you gotta work reverse psychology and like get him to have this revolutionary new nose tape or mouth tape idea.
Do those
Yeah,
things work?
fucking-
What is it? The Alex Hermosi, he does the breathing nose strips. Do those really? Does anyone see an effect or like
Yeah, they do.
build
I use
any
them.
results?
I do. I use them.
I ordered
Um,
some, and I'm just wondering like if I should. I just wanted to try them out.
Well, I
was like,
mean, is your
these things work? I don't know.
is your breathing like clear like normally?
Well, I have asthma-induced allergies, so my breathing's never really been super clear. I've always kind of struggled with it.
You mean allergy?
Yeah, allergy-induced asthma, all the way around.
No, asthma induced by allergies.
It's something like that. I don't remember the SI. It's I
Asthma
know what it
doesn't
is.
induce the allergies. Allergies induce the asthma.
Thanks for correcting me. All right, I needed that.
Yeah.
Thank you for
welcome. I'm glad to
ST
yeah.
correction.
I'm sure no one understood
Yeah,
what I meant until like you switched them around.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why you need an ST in the room.
Yeah, that's why I always need STs in the room. They're saving me day in day out.
The fuck?
It's Hebrew.
That sounded loud and important.
Man's about to get deployed on his second missile. headed straight for the coffers of Hezbollah. So like what Benjamin's gonna do? He's gonna storm in there like Optimus Prime.
And then I'm going to correct them on their ST. I'm going to tell them how they're
Exactly.
Yes.
You're gonna tell them how they're wrong? Yeah.
Exactly. And then
no, not how they're wrong.
you're gonna say that you
how
don't,
they're right, but in the ST.
No. Then you're gonna say that you just can't comprehend what I'm saying because your IQ is too low, and then they'll just fade into oblivion. Because you're
what I do?
like that kind of rancher. Yeah.
I'm the rancher.
Yeah. You come down like Optimus Prime. You fuck them up. You correct them in the ST, and then you just say you're low IQ. they just go.
Thanks,
You
Nico.
just say your beliefs are inferior, and they just go away.
Is that what I do?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a very, very elementary process.
Russ is going to reset the modem from his app because I still have no cows. Oh, cows is what we search when we're trying to test if the internet works over and over again. So I keep Googling cows and they're not coming. So I told Russ and he's going to reset the app from the app where he is in North Carolina.
Ah, shit. I gotta do a bake sale. In like an hour.
What are you baking?
I'm not baking anything. I'm just selling. I'm selling cookies. Cookies and other knickknacks of oh joy.
Are you gonna dress like a Girl Scout?
No.
No.
I can dress like. You know what? I got the Elon Musk dress already. I got that. I got the gray hoodie. I had the shitty hair. Yep, that's all I need.
What's your sales strategy? Do you use disc? Are you gonna type them to sell them to them?
I'm gonna what?
Use like
They
the
have
Disc?
sales
disc.
typology. Yeah, the disc model is like a
Okay,
sales
okay.
typology.
Oh my god, those things. That's like one click off from the social types, and it's so annoying because it's not exactly the social types, but it's so damn close. It's really
Why?
annoying.
Why do you think it's close to social types?
It is close. There's four of them. One's like a third authoritative, friendly, more pondery. It's so close. It is very close. But like it's
What's
not
the
there.
difference?
It's not there.
What's the difference?
I don't think.
One's more of social roles, and the other
What
one's
is disc?
more.
I would look up disc before we say wrong things.
What are we talking about?
Yeah,
Say-
first they
say
used to
the-
know that.
Oh God,
Is it
I'd
like
say the
direct,
wrong
indirect?
ST. I'm such a sinner.
Yeah,
Let's see.
I don't think they're similar to social types at all. That's why I'm saying. But it is used in sales.
People focused, calm, cautious, fast paced, bold, questioning, logic focused. Like thinking, feeling, OEOI. Maybe D.
I just accidentally came out of the bathroom and like my jumpsuit wasn't zipped all the way up and like I don't know. I think I just flashed the camera a little bit. I didn't mean to do that. I forgot because like I'm at home and I'm comfortable and my computer's in a different position.
Don't get us
Yeah.
banned, Danny. Don't get us banned.
Sorry.
Oh,
So I'm
God,
feeling more
as if
about
we
about my sister's type. I'm feeling more like okay, I guess. So literally everybody is saying blast sleep. I mean Jess looked at it too, and like I'm kind of coming to terms with it. But I still think consume last could be an option for her.
Okay.
It's just so weird. Like if she's play last and I'm play last, this is manifesting so differently because she does so much more than me. But that could be the blast that I'm looking at, and also
Could
I think
also
she's
be
a
social
social
type.
type too. Yeah, she's a 2. She's definitely a friends person. So she's just more social than me. But it's just like the sheer amount of activity and appointments and going places. I don't know how she has the energy to do that. And also
Ugh.
just like bonking on the tribe. I mean, it kind
Yeah.
of is sort of a consume last thing. She texts me all the time. Do you know this or that? And I say, allow me to Google that for you. You know, and then yeah.
Yeah, that's a
And
person
just
that should be
Oh
asking
shit!
in a.
Oh,
They could
that's
be
a
asking their
stretch.
chatbot for that.
Oh,
This
Yeah,
time
play
you
above
Google stuff
consume.
on just ask the chatbot. They have Google built directly connected to them.
hey, I'm gonna need y'all. Can y'all do a vote for me? Say
Yeah, let's just.
should I
Andy brought up
or
the
should I
topic,
not
so
should I not touch grass today?
go touch grass. Yeah, go.
Yes.
Okay, touch grass. Okay, touch grass.
Touch grass, please.
All right, fun. Now, since I'm TI, I'm gonna do the opposite.
But yeah, so about your sister,
Yeah.
like she might be high play. It's just hard to see in those environments when like she's in front of the camera on her own. She might have just sunk into like her sleep. And it might just be like a blind spot on how we do typing on video typing, you know?
Yeah, like if you interacted with her, back and forth,
Right.
you might see the play more. I think what I'm going to do is a debriefing sort of interview with her.
Ooh, yeah.
Like I wanted her to get typed. She doesn't have a whole lot invested in this, but I think I
Right.
want to do an
Right.
interview with her and go coin by coin and ask her first, like, do you think you're more TI or more TE? Just like going through the definitions and then
Well,
try to.
don't make it a Kendrick
mean-
interview.
No, well, maybe I should just hire Kendrick to do it for me. Yeah, but I just want to kind of get to the bottom of it, especially the animals. But I think the T or the SITE is so obvious. Like literally everybody sees that. Even I did an interview with her a couple years ago on my channel, and I was getting a lot of responses like, "Oh
Wait,
yeah,
you
this
have a
is a lot
channel?
of SI, a lot of blast."
Yeah.
Here's two.
What do you
Got
mean
a few.
How do you know? Why do you ask that?
This, Nico. She said it every time.
Yeah.
We talked about it earlier too.
What?
Just like
Yeah.
you know that Anna's Russian. You were surprised that she was Russian last time. You know that too.
Yeah,
Alright.
Nico, did you know that I'm gay? Like, did you know that one?
No, you're not gay. You're not gay. That's what
I'm
you
not
are.
fully not gay. That's how I say
Yeah,
it.
you're not fully not gay. Yeah, you're not
Yeah.
gay.
I don't know. I've just been processing that more the past couple of weeks because I'm being forced to. Apparently, I'm being added by Benjamin.
what?
There's these gay ass posts, and Benjamin's adding me. I'm like, stop it, man.
What did I do? What post? What are you talking
It
about?
was like 2 days ago. I reacted to it. I'll show it. I'll just read it real quick.
Alright, show it.
Watch Benjamin just like
This is
not
like
have-
this
not
is
have
what
processed it
he
as gay at all.
This is what he's like sending me. Gays are using windmills to waft homosexual mist into your home. Who told? I think it was Dave. And he adds me in the comments. Like, what is that? All right. I mean,
Damn,
sure.
It's an inside joke, man. It's just an inside joke.
It's not anymore.
Doesn't
You got FE like outside jokes.
No, we're all on the inside here.
Well, everybody makes that joke about me, so it's like everybody's on the inside.
I wasn't making the joke. It's just like they called out Dave and.
Yeah, but like, why am I the first person you think of? Like, come on. Like, there's so many gay people.
How many Daves do you know, Ben?
It just relates to the what Chris was joking with you about.
I got a question.
It just relates to you.
Okay, Nico, you said that you talked to one of my Thai twins, like through like a healthy gamer G therapy session, right?
Oh, another second.
No, not yet.
Not yet. But you think he's my type, right? Do you think he's gay?
I don't know. I haven't actually gotten to like VC or like stream
Okay.
or like.
Well, there's probably a good. There's probably a
I
good.
see this is really bothering you, Dave. What's going
Because
on?
it's such a bad
really-
pattern. Because so many of double feminine ITV males are gay, and I am not one of them, so I'm actually
It's
part of the
clustering.
minority.
Yeah.
I actually know
clustering.
a gay guy. I go up there
Clustering.
with a gay guy, Gen X Chef. He's ENTP.
Look.
Yeah.
You're not gay, all right, but it's fun to say that you're not gay.
Not fully not gay. I get the SI right.
No, it's fun to say that you're not gay, but you say that you're not fully not gay.
It's
So like
more accurate
you're
that
around
way.
you're around 75%.
Okay, I'm channel changing. So typing.
Yeah.
I'm dealing with a guy on my team. I won't say much, but like it's really weird. I have a meeting coming up, and it's just really weird because it's like the two types we think he is are complete opposites. We're like it's we're guessing like ISTP or ENFP, and we can't tell the difference apart. It's like, wow, those are really far apart. How are we really debating that? So like, how do you see difference between? I think we thought he was an ISTP like all the way through his video, but then like near the end we're like, wait, this guy is not. He's it's like really hard. He's super DI, super DI, but like yeah, definitely like it consumes sleep, something like that. But like it's just so weird that like these are our two guesses, INFP or ENFP and ISTP. Yeah.
How is
I mean,
that?
that's kind of the two guesses Dave had for Nico.
For Nico?
Yeah, Dave had kind of similar two guesses for Nico.
Powers?
Yeah.
Oh no, he said ENT. He said ENTP. Or,
Okay, Mr. ST.
see,
Well, like, yeah, well, your team thought you were an
or
ENFP. Yeah.
yeah. That was the CRG was like on
Yeah, right.
ENFP, but they were also. But
You
wasn't there like a
look
bit of,
like a lot of the SETI. You look like the SETI. Remember we said that.
but
Yeah.
then I have like the I do notice that I have more the like NEIs.
In the
They got your
correct
first
list.
bunch. Yeah. No, but Dave Powers, you said he was thinking you might be an ISTP or an
He goes
ENTP.
double. He goes
Yeah.
like double masculine ISTP. He goes, sure, I could see it, but no.
Oh.
But like no. He goes, he could see it, but like it was omitted. And honestly, I can completely omit that as well because
Yeah, I wasn't trying to process you. I was just saying it's similar.
Well, you brought up my label, and that's
Yeah, no, it
that's a
doesn't matter what we
processing
bring up.
point.
It means we have to process you, whatever we bring up. That's the way that works.
I
Yeah,
know
We're
what?
Nico.
processing you on a rocket.
Yeah.
You're processing you on a rocket and teleporting after you land the rocket. There you go.
Yeah,
No,
that's really like
that's you. That's
sensory
you.
grounded. That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Sensory, yeah, SE
So,
grounded sense.
so what's going to be your strategy in typing this person and fleshing that out? Like decider or observer? That's a big coin there.
Yeah. So what I think I'm gonna do is one person on our team, Joaquin, he takes really, really good notes in Excel, and like I look at his notes, I'm like, okay, I gotta copy that, and so I'm gonna really copy how he does his notes and see if that like yields a better result for me today. I don't know though. I think it's weird. It's weird, but I've only watched the video once and I didn't take any notes, and we just talked about it for about an hour, and yeah, he might.
Oh, you
be a
guys don't watch the
visual.
video together? You don't watch the video together?
Well, we'll go through parts of it. We'll go through parts that we noted down.
Oh, okay.
And like, yeah. But like, generally, we're all supposed to like watch it before and take our notes before, and then attack it then during the meeting.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, I'll tell you what helps in our team all the time is if you throw out all your notes, throw out all of your biases and all of your guesses when you're typing on your own, and then watch the video together and try to type together. That's what helps us.
You watch the whole video? We just like skip through
Or
parts.
not
of
the
it.
whole thing, but yeah, we watch like the beginning, the whole part, and then if we get bored, we skip forward.
Okay, I'll try that because usually we just skip to random parts that we think like it's like, oh, I think he's
relevant,
like observer. Yeah, but I think it might be better to like just like watch the start of it and then see what hits you because yeah, because that's gonna like go back to your first processing of his video. Like you open his video, you start watching it. So I think that would be good.
Well, the thing is, like,
it's
also
interesting.
not everyone's gonna. 1 second, Nico. So
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so not everyone's gonna pick out like the same thing. Like what's weird to you isn't gonna be weird to someone else, and that in itself is an interesting piece of info. And then like also it's like, okay, why is Dave pointing this out? Why isn't this weird to anyone else? Or then also the other thing is when you pick something out, that's one thing, but then the interpretation of it is something else. So like if you're on your own interpreting things, that you'll get to one direction, but if you're together trying to interpret it and like one guy's like, oh, I think this means he's decider, you're like, well, no, and then you have a discussion about the interpretation. So like just because you have the good notes and you picked out all of those key points doesn't mean you've interpreted what they mean.
Right. I'm looking for the notes to just get better ST at note taking. If I'm being like,
okay,
his notes are very like he has everything. Like he uses. I sent him the YouTube transcript like Tactic.io, and he's really like using that to like help him take notes. And like I just want to copy it. I just want to copy and see.
You just want his SI.
I want to steal the SI. Yeah.
So one of the things that I found that was interesting with how Dave Powers typed, he legitimately just listens through all of the videos and just he just lets it exist. Like he listens through everything.
Yeah, I know how he
reads
types.
through
I wouldn't copy it.
everything.
I would not
And
copy
then
it how
just
he types.
oh yeah, because it's very NI. And then the pattern
No, he's
collapses
also
at the end.
he also fucks it up when he does it like that.
How? What?
Yeah.
Explain. Elaborate.
He doesn't
I
need to
have a lot
elaborate.
of case. I don't need to. I've got a lot of case studies. It's just don't copy how Dave does it.
Right.
What? Hmm.
You know,
A lot
I
of
don't know.
case studies. Yeah.
It'd be nice if they could show their notes on your typing, but I don't know. They stopped doing that.
Yeah, they did.
So Dave, your team, the notes that you guys do is so extensive. You're spending so much time on it compared to the other teams.
I think we're the best team. Just gonna put that out
Okay,
there.
well, it's really intense. You know, like the thing you sent to my mom. I mean, she doesn't know a lot about the system, but I think the notes that she got back, it was like it was overwhelming because it's like, wow, you guys are really dissecting like
Yeah.
everything.
Those were Joaquin notes. Those are the notes I was talking about. Those are like intense
Oh,
stuff.
yeah, he sent a whole separate report that was like, he's writing a dissertation on my mom.
He goes through and like he plays that he does the ST game where it's like he like marks he has like an Excel spreadsheet and like all the points and then he has all like the filters and all the points go down to other filters and it's like, oh, if you have more points for OI, then you're OI. And it's like, okay, it's not right in the NF, but like he does so much ST to, but he was really doubting himself.
Yeah, I mean,
on your mom.
That's cool. That's cool. Like if that's your process, but I don't know. I would suggest that you guys could streamline it and be like more efficient. I mean, like you don't need to give so much information.
No, you're right.
The other
You're
thing
right.
is, like,
The other three of
is,
us
like,
don't.
You'll see the points of OI, for example. You'll be like, okay, this is OI, this is OI, but it's like, okay, but is it savior or demon? That is something else you got to pick.
The state. Yeah, that's also important.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So like there might be a lot of OI, but it's all demon state, and then you'll get them wrong.
Yeah. Well, he takes a lot more notes than the rest of the group, and so yeah, he kind of has the ST report, and so it's good to always look through his notes, but. The other three of us don't really share notes all the time. Like maybe one of us will make like a video. If we can't make it to the meeting, we'll like make a short video kind of explaining our notes. But yeah, it's good. It is really, we're really trying hard to get down to a type. Yeah. And so far it hasn't been super challenging. Like I've been on team for about 6 months now. And a lot of the times we could usually get the person's first function pretty well. And
in consensus, you mean?
Yeah, in consensus. And
right.
No, I just overall it's been really great. I'm just gonna thank you guys for just creating it and shit. Yeah, I'll stick around for a little bit more because I have the time.
How's your schooling going, by the way?
Not particularly great. I recently got DRC testing accommodations. I was having problems taking exams.
What's up?
But nope, still grinding away at it. Yeah.
Hey, Dragon.
Hi, how's it going?
Yo, Dragon.
Yo, you had to talk with Reggie. How did that go?
I enjoyed it. I thought it went well.
What'd you guys talk about?
It's always a hard question to answer. It's like what does it mean to do something in the spirit of the thing and not just going through the motions? Yeah, Benjamin was on there and helped move the conversation to some interesting places.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it was an interesting talk. Good job.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I often see like players in a video game I play, like they're going through their motions and I kind of have to like kick their ass to like wake them up so they start playing better, they start thinking more.
Yeah, I think that's a good place.
Car soccer? Yeah.
Car soccer, yeah. And I was also like in church. It was one of the things like when I was really young, I remember one of the sermons they gave to us kids, like the kids sermon was like about going through the motions. And it feels to me that they're like trying to like raise like consciousness. Like it's like you're just unconscious. You're just going through the unconscious, motions of
That's
life.
pretty much what they got to in the talk, yeah.
They
Yeah.
talked a lot about like the religious aspects and stuff.
Right.
But you guys did talk about like the consciousness of it, that like part of it is just being conscious about it too.
Yeah. Because it's like if you're not doing it with awareness, then it's like, are you really doing it?
Awareness.
In the
Yeah, that's what you meant. Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, I was excited to hop on today because I didn't want to miss out on the politics episode.
Oh,
Oh boy.
You want to say your piece? You want to say your piece on the politics with Mr. Trump, the election, and all that?
I don't know. I definitely have been doing a lot of processing and like have like a lot of questions that I kind of like to ask and stuff. It's interesting, especially analyzing my mindset going into it because it's like I did vote for Trump, so like I'm kind of like happy with the results, but it's like right after I have that thought go by, I think about like, okay, so now what can I do for like to help appeal to people on the other side? Like how can I help people I might not agree with like get what they want or like with their issues or something like that? And it's like my thought process has got a lot more collaborative, and I've been having an easier time letting go of the TI stuff.
It's really weird with Trump that like even the observers get very decidery about him for some reason.
Yeah, I think that
I
makes
think that's
sense in a way because
yeah.
like the media is like such an info game, and it's like there's so much information that seems easy to miss. And even though I feel like I've seen a lot of the information, I'm like, there's still a crap ton I'm not getting.
Trump is very, very bold. So
Bold?
he's very bold acting, and that can be very, very shocking to people who
Are
have a lot of
sensitive.
comeuppance. Yeah, who have a lot of more comeuppance in an effeminate culture. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to
Yeah,
ask
his
Annie.
bonus is not doesn't much shock me. The shocking is that his follow up is so poor. I thought he would actually govern his employees rather than play around on Twitter.
I don't know.
Is he still on Twitter?
Yes, he after Elon bought Twitter, he busted Trump out of Twitter jail.
Twitter jail.
Oh my god, I have cows. You guys, there's cows.
Nice.
Cows?
Nice.
What?
Internet's back.
Yeah.
Internet's
It
back.
means the internet's back.
Where are your cows?
On
Oh, never mind. They're
She
not-
already explained
I
that,
moved-
Nico. You're not just paying
Yeah.
attention.
I think you weren't paying attention. I have to tell Russ it works. So, Dragon's Neck, were you going to ask me something?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you as like not a targeted question, but when I was listening to the stream earlier, trying to catch up while I was finishing up chores and stuff, you said that you don't like Trump's speech and like his hateful, what he says that seems hateful. Am I getting that right?
Yeah.
I wanted to understand your interpretation or perspective on that more, because like I understand that Trump says a lot of stupid things on Twitter, and he's kind of like brash, but I also know like the other side of things where he's like extremely targeted with other like what rhetoric I would consider extreme. So I just kind of wanted to like pick your FI, I guess, on like
Yeah,
you have an example of something he said and whatnot.
Yeah, it's mostly the immigration stuff. So I understand, like, the history of the country has changed a lot. So it started with, we welcomed the poor and the tired and the weary, and, we needed people to come in, and now we need to tighten the borders. I do understand that. But it's spinning it that like these are rapists, these are murderers, these are drug dealers. I would rather see like the facts on that. Like are brown people coming into this country and raping? I mean, it's just it's such an othering thing to say. It's so divisive.
Yeah, it is divisive. It's not against the people coming in. It's against the party who's letting them in. I think it's like a political play. You know what I
Can you
mean? It's
remind me
like
what othering is again? Because I've heard
no,
that term recently.
the other party is letting rapists in. Like he's blaming them, not the rapists or not the immigrants.
Well,
I
I
don't know
mean,
what
when I say
othering means.
when I say othering, I'm talking about racism. I'm talking about like, you know, we're white and those people over there are black. They are the other. You know, it's just this. That's what I mean from like it's a word that's thrown around in, you know, like anthropology a lot, this othering. It's
Yeah.
racism basically.
Yes, yes. If you'd like an STSF example,
It's tribalism more,
Uh,
not racism.
we yeah.
Okay, that
Uh,
makes more sense.
we
I
are
think.
we
Yeah,
are white.
right.
We are pure. They're brown. They're wrong. Subjugate. They are wrong. Type shit.
So I think I
You know,
heard
that
Dr.
gets-
K use that term today because he had a stream that I thought maybe would be cool if we reacted to, where he started like going over some of his thoughts on like the current politics and like had some really nice ideas in there and stuff, and it was like kind of like a chill way to talk about it, I feel.
I don't want to watch this content.
But anyways, I feel like I understand what you're saying after kind of like the Springfield eating the cats and dogs sort of thing. Like there wasn't good facts and stuff or statistics, and it would probably been more like useful to talk about like what's really happening. And I don't know, I feel like it's reasonable to think that there's definitely been an increase in crime, and I feel like there's probably been a few specific stories that probably came out about the immigration thing. But yeah, I kind of get your point about that. And I feel like I've heard the term othering being used on the other side of things, where it's kind of like when Joe Biden went for president, he's like, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. And it was like categorizing groups
Yeah,
against each other, and like how after this election a
right.
lot of people were saying Latinos are that, why are all these Latinos voting for Trump or whatever.
Yeah, and when Obama said that, I did not like that he said that. You know, it wasn't great. That annoyed me. But it's like the amount of this sort of stuff coming out of Trump's mouth is so much greater. He's like offending me all the time, every time I hear his voice, because he's just offensive.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of times I've seen like clips of him being taken out of context, and I wonder if that has anything to do with it.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, with the media, it's really hard to tell. You know, I'm hearing these sound clips and like, oh my gosh, I can't believe he said that. But
Yeah,
yeah, who knows what
terrible.
it is in a greater context.
And it's like I see a lot of people doing that on both sides, and it's just kind of annoying. And I've seen like I've surprisingly grown a little bit more of distaste for like rubbing victories in other people's faces, and it's like, sure, the other side would do the same thing to you, but it's just so counterproductive, I feel.
Yeah, it's
It's
very unnecessary.
Yeah, I
And
mean, I'm curious to see what will happen, but like, it just annoys me, the economy stuff too. People blaming Biden for the poor economy because what this is a direct result of the pandemic. And Trump, like, we got these checks, these stimulus checks. They were printing money. There is going to be a whiplash from that.
oh
You know,
yeah,
that if you print a bunch of money, which is what Trump did, and everyone's like, "Oh, Papa Trump, we love you. You're handing out money." This is the consequence. Of course, it's going to have like a long-term negative effect on the economy, and it just happens that like the comeuppance happened during the Biden administration. I just
yeah,
think like anyone who is blaming Biden for the current economy does not understand that that's not how it works. The economy
yeah.
today is because of shit that has happened in the last 10 years.
It's really interesting about the printing money part, because like I heard a lot about that, except for it was all saying that it was like during Joe Biden's initial part of his term is when they printed all the money. But yeah, like I heard they printed like over double the amount of money we've ever printed or something like that, some crazy number.
That was Trump again. That was actually during Trump's administration. But
Yeah,
yeah,
like,
what would flip me
terrible.
is if someone helped me with my personal finances and turn this crap around because I need to recover from Trump's first presidency after donating so much money to his dumbass.
Yeah, so I'm wondering how I hear we got a super majority now for the Republican side, and I was listening to Ludwig, the streamer, talk about it, and he's like, "Well, now that Republicans got the super majority, it's all on them. If they succeed, great. If they fail, then it's all on them." And I do wonder if a super majority isn't beneficial because then you're lacking some of that counterbalance.
They stumbled the last time that supermajority. That's why I'm not. That's why I'm pessimistic. I was there for 2016. I have 3 Trump hats. I was on the Trump train, but that's why I'm pessimistic. We've done this before. What's different this time? He didn't explain yet. So I'm just gonna assume the same thing's gonna happen, except at the end Trump's gonna go to jail.
I don't know. It sounded like a lot of people in Trump's cabinet wasn't really for him. And there was like he had a lot of pushback, and I don't know. It sounded complicated that he wasn't allowed to do all the things he would do.
Well, he ran his
might
cabinet
be
like
for
it's
the
an
better.
apprentice show. So I was not surprised, and I thought that was be good enough, but it turns out I was wrong.
No, if you say so. And that's where I was doing some research today because I was trying to like think about how things might go. Because one of Trump's policies seemed to be increasing tariffs, and in my research, it sounded like the Biden administration pretty much kept all the original tariffs he put in, and people are worried that are saying that his new tariff idea for when he gets back into office is going to cause a lot more increase of we'll have to pay more as citizens because of the price increases from imported goods.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay, so
Biden kept all
And
Trump's policies.
I'm trying to understand both arguments because it seems like not everyone agrees that the tariff idea is bad, but I'm hearing some things of that kind of makes sense on what could go wrong. And I'm
I
trying to
feel like
understand
I don't understand that well enough, but my initial gut reaction to tariffs on Chinese goods is like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Because I do feel like we should make more stuff here. And I think like it could be that transition could be a bumpy road, and I can't afford for things to cost more than they do, but at the same time all these cheap Chinese products, like I'm against them. It's a lot of shipping. It's bad for the environment to ship things that far, and they're just cheap. And the marketing, like it's not even honest, like what they're made out of. You know, they're just their products I don't need anyway because they're crap. You know, but I think that China needs. I think that we need to be very careful with any alliance that we have with them, and I think tariffs for them feel good to me.
Did you ever see that terrible cat litter box thing that was killing cats?
Oh yeah, I know
no.
what you're talking about.
That was freaking awful. And it like got even more messy because it's like the company that like started making them like disappeared, but then like all of the other companies like picked up and were still like selling the product, so it was like spreading in like a terrible way. And it was just like such a sad thing to hear all those stories.
Yes.
I think that might have came from China.
And I think like in my world, like having a store on Etsy, it's like all taken over by drop shipping now. These are not handmade goods. This is drop shipping from China.
What's drop shipping?
And it's like say like I could open up a store on Etsy and say like I made all these handmade things, but really I ordered a bunch, like a large quantity of inventory from China that's like cheap factory made, and like the way they treat the factory workers in China too. Like I don't want to be involved in that. So I get all this jewelry and then I resell it on Etsy as if I made it myself, and it hurts all the other shops on Etsy who are actually like honest, just like artisans sitting there like making their wares, and they're selling these things for cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, like all the fast fashion. I cannot compete with that. Like if I were to make dresses, you know, I can't make them as cheap as what they sell for at, you know, Old Navy or something. So it sort of limits my options. I can do super bespoke, like luxury dresses with very expensive fabrics, which I can't even afford. But like the casual sort of fast fashion look that people are used to, they're used to buying a dress for $19, and no artisan can compete with that.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. I didn't expect you to be for the tariffs. But I was wondering, what's your opinions on the Temu store? Because some of my family members have been kind of getting into that, and I hate their
No, it's
YouTube ads I used
disgusting.
to get. And I just
No, it's
I'm very disgusted
disgusting.
by all of it.
Yeah, and that is one of the things that the people are doing, Etsy shops are doing. They're going and buying a bunch of inventory from Temu and then remarketing it as a handmade product, as if they made it in their workshop, and cranking up the price. It's I hate it.
And to make things worse, like the repair guys, pretty much all the laptop repair guys, including Will Strassman, is being pushed out of business because the mega corporations won't give them parts. They can't even repair stuff because it's all planned obsolescence, and no one's really doing anything about it. In fact, there's really no path to even. I'm not sure how even a person with lots of money could even design their own laptop. It's all mysterious, but they design them all the same way. No removable parts, no replacement parts, and I'm pissed.
Yeah, Benjamin says scams in the chat. But yeah, the planned obsolescence stuff is definitely seems like a problem, and it feels like technology is going backwards. It's really annoying.
So in terms of the tariffs on China, though, I don't see the full picture. I don't understand how this is going to affect electronics. Like, is my laptop now going to cost $10,000 because we have tariffs for China?
From what I understand is that the idea of tariffs is to basically tax the people that are importing goods to us, and the fear is that if we're putting such a large tariff on them, then they're just going to increase the price that we have to pay to import them, and that's where the price increase is going to come from. That's kind of like the idea, but I feel like there's probably more that goes into like the bill or whatever that sets up the tariff that would probably impact that. And basically there's some fears that will go into a trade war, which I don't know anything about.
Yeah, I think that either way, whatever move we make, like economics is so complicated because
it is.
It's so global. So no matter what move we make, there's going to be like positive and negative consequences. And I really just don't understand it well enough. But
yeah, I don't.
But my gut instinct is that it sounds good to put tariffs on China.
Yeah. I definitely don't understand it either because I was more of the kind of person you were talking about earlier that thinks that the pricing and stuff changes due to the administration changes, like how gas prices changed and stuff. And I thought it was because I heard a lot of talk about like them stopping the production of oil. But when I was talking to my coworker today, they're saying that we have just such a surplus of oil that that's not how it works, and that the oil companies themselves are what set the oil prices to begin with. And it's just like, such dizzying information.
Yeah, with OPEC, yes. So that's why we need to start enforcing some of these antitrust laws already on the books.
Andreas, we have the OG double INTP gangster with the killer beard. Holy shit!
Wait,
oh
what?
My god! Let me see that whole thing. It goes off the camera.
Yeah, it does.
Damn, man, that looks good. How you doing, man?
I'm doing chill. What about you? I heard you were talking about, not to bring the subject back, but I heard you were talking about gay shit and whatever.
I was gonna ask you. Do you think I'm gay?
I have no idea. I have no clue.
okay.
Because people can, like, you know what I mean? Like you would never.
I mean, be honest. Just be honest. Okay.
You're probably more gay than me, but
I think so.
I'm fucking gay, so like.
Wait, whoa. Okay. Well, I'm making. Okay, I'll let you know. I'm making my Tinder profile right now. and I put straight on there. Okay.
That's nice.
No, that's a mistake. You should be making a grinder profile.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll
Just
do a
make sure
grinder
you
too
put
for
in
Hank.
the
Yeah.
put in the description that $20 is $20.
I know. God damn it.
How's the dating life then? How's the dating life? How's the not so gay dating life going?
Oh, it's just getting started right now.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I'm trying to help you out. I will let you know if I find any of those I will let you know right away. You'll be the first guy I text. Yeah.
Please do.
Yeah.
I've been looking. I've actually been looking, and now it's kind of like it's fine, right? But now I'm kind of like, okay, now I'm curious. Now I'm actually curious. Now I want to know, like, where the fuck are these people?
Maybe
hiding?
they're in America. Maybe they're all in America, and I haven't seen them yet. Like, I think
Maybe.
Yeah.
But the problem is, I've actually met people of that type, but they're all males in the data, and the people I've met, they're all males, and they're all homosexuals.
Well,
So
yeah,
it's
you're gay,
dumb.
right? That works for you, you know?
I was about like I feel like it's a sign. I feel
mean-
like it's a sign. I should become gay or something. Like I feel like
I mean,
Yeah.
it's up to you at the end of the day. But if you tell Benjamin, he's just gonna make it an inside joke and roast you about it all the time. I don't know. He's homosexual or something or homophobic, but yeah.
Wait, Dave.
What?
Wait.
What?
Wait, double OG INTP. Are you guys like the same type? Like, what's up? What's up here?
Quite the
Yes.
opposite, but yeah, the same type. He's so he's like the opposite of me. He's double masculine. Oh my gosh, we have J-Rad.
Wait, you're a double masculine?
Yeah, it's the double masculine INTP. It's a quite spicy combination. Gotta say.
It's quite spicy. I know he does rap.
oh.
He does rap, and it's
Yeah.
it's pretty sick. I've listened to some of his rap. I can't
What-
understand
what's
the
your-
word.
what's your
he's
animal
saying, but like
stack?
it sounds good. Yeah.
My animal stack.
What's your?
You mean how I'm stagging in bed when I'm an animal? What? I'm confused.
Yeah, that.
No.
Oh, ja, man. Yeah, ja, man.
Nah, it's sleep last, play, consume last. I got the same as Dave, so I'm not gonna listen to any of your shit.
whoa.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that is a weird INTP.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing like it. We're trying to find more of them, but like, there's just where are they? There's
I think they got killed because they all probably tried to become like a gang leader or something, and you know how that works. So they probably just got killed in the progress.
Yeah,
because
it's like it's got to be survival of the fittest. Because there's a ton of my types out there, right? So like I know I'm good, but for you, I'm a bit worried. I'm a bit worried, man.
Yeah, same. What does that even mean? Like, what does it mean?
Y'all probably die before you're like 25, but like you're doing better. You're doing better than them.
Are you like a Highlander?
Yeah, it's the Highlander.
Kill off all the rest of your type?
Yeah. No, wait, definitely. Like, if I ever find someone of my type, I will kill him. Especially if he comes to, or she comes to OPS. I will. We have to have a fight, and we have to record it live so everyone can see, and we will make money off it.
I think you should. What's up, Jared?
Bro, what is this? What is this
J-Rad?
SF violence, bro?
And Andreas,
I'm
are
not
you
used to?
from,
I'm not used to this.
Nico, hold on.
Andreas, are you from Denmark?
Yeah, I'm Danish.
Ja, hvordan har I det?
Hvordan jeg har det i dag?
Ja, jeg kan snakke lidt på dansk, men ikke så meget.
Jeg har det ganske elegant og glimrende dejligt.
Keep it English. Keep it English.
Yeah, I
This is
can
English
understand.
stream.
So the only issue with
Something
reporting
about
for
you speak
OBS is
elegantly?
that you'll have to pre-choreograph the fight like it's WWE. Otherwise, you wouldn't understand what's going on.
Yeah, and we should have commentators on. I don't know if it should be Benjamin. Definitely not Kendrick. I don't feel like Kendrick would be a good one. But we need
an NT. Come on, don't make an NT. Like you need not an NT. You need,
we
like,
need the
master
ST.
You know, you need
Yeah.
Dave.
I know what you
Dave
mean.
Powers. Dave Powers.
Yeah,
Like, you know how he's like
Uh,
spying on the neighbors. Like you know how he's fucking spies on the neighbors and just reports everything to Shan.
What? Wait, I did not know about that.
Yeah,
sure.
he does. Yeah.
No, I know he flips off the satellites.
Okay. I heard you though. That's good.
It's a great joke.
No, I almost went to Copenhagen.
They're sucking
this
each
year.
other's dick.
I was there was the world what is it called? The championship for my favorite video game. I almost went to Copenhagen. And I was gonna
You should.
But I
You should
didn't.
have. You should have. You
I
drink
visited
beer.
Copenhagen right before
Dude,
the
yeah.
pandemic.
You went to Cope after Hagen? What the hell?
But hey, I might be going over to Europe next summer. and I might want to visit some people in the OP community. So, yeah,
That'd be interesting.
I'm thinking I'm gonna go Germany first, and then maybe Denmark, and then
You should come to Copenhagen. I should show around the good places to drink and Christiania, obviously.
Yeah. We need to. What we need to do? We need to go on a helicopter. That's what we need to do. And we need to go skydiving or something. Like that would be crazy.
Hey guys, I need to go here.
All right, man.
Another double
Shrek is love,
masculine
Shrek is
type
life.
of my same quadrant kind of scares me. Not gonna lie.
Oh, Chris, that guy, Chris Lang.
No. I'm fucking. Anyways.
Okay.
Yeah. No. I need to sell cookies and crack and whatever. So.
Yeah. Make sure you get your Girl Scout uniform on.
All right. No, I'll make sure to bring my. I'll make sure to bring my lab coat. And and like my dust mask and everything.
Right.
Cyanide glaze, man. Cyanide glaze.
Hey, save me a box, Nico. Save me a box.
Oh, I don't think I can do that, but
yeah, order it.
I'll save you a box. I'll save you.
Order it.
If you don't sell everything, or you buy one. You buy one.
I will.
No,
I
you
will
gotta
save
order
you.
it, Dave.
I will save you a box in spirit. Okay.
Oh. Well, wait. What kind of cookies are they? I don't even know what I'm
I
in for.
don't know.
Space cookies.
I don't know.
You don't know what you're selling?
No, I don't know what I'm selling.
They could be like cracked cookies. I don't know.
Ooh, that's the best
could
one.
be. But
Could be selling-
anyways, I'll be seeing you guys.
All right, man. Have a
Gotta
good night.
go.
Have a good
Bye.
day. Yeah. So the election stuff. What do you have to say about that?
Oh, I wanted to say first that I made sure to indoctrinate Nico into the Shrek is love, Shrek is life cult.
No, not you two. No, you and Chris with that shit. Come on.
He has joined
Do
us.
people still talk about that meme?
I know.
Is that relevant
I know.
still?
It's
Like,
not.
I'm-
It's not at all. And him
Have some
and
respect.
Trumpala, they bring it up like every stream. I'm like, and there's no context to it. He just like out of nowhere, he's like, you know what? I'm like, why? I don't want to visualize that right now. Like, it's just painful. It's not the Shrek I know and I love. The Shrek I know and I love is from the TV, from the movie. That's fake Shrek. That's fantasy Shrek.
I think you're misremembering.
So
the
Dave,
movie.
have you heard of Trump is love, Trump is life?
No, I haven't heard of that one. What is that one
That's what
about?
I'm saying. I heard that.
No, I'm making stuff up.
I mean, you should honestly go make that. I'm sure AI can, put that one together for you.
Yeah, just have Trump going like this, but Trump is love right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I want that one to exist, to be honest.
They already have other better stuff with him and Biden.
Him and Biden?
Yeah, Biden is the reason why Harris lost. Trump lost by one vote, and it was Biden the whole time. It's like, see, that's what you get for kicking me out of the party, B.
Yeah, I have the real reason why. So this is a quick video I'm gonna share. Here we go.
Oh no.
Oh, this is so clean.
So
beautiful.
You made a
cannot
really good
understand
attempt
that.
at ruining Coconut Mall, but you failed to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? If Kamala actually put together a performance like that with a bunch of people with giant Kamala paper mache heads, I mean, now you have my attention.
You have my vote after that, yeah.
It's like that Shia LaBeouf skit. I love that one.
Yeah, just have that marching band drum into your agenda, and then might have had some traction. Take those memes and make them real.
Exactly.
Maybe.
Oh wait, they kind of did. She made a map in Fortnite. I mean, not,
Oh yeah,
Fortnite.
I saw that. It's so cringe, right?
That was ridiculous.
It had no guns.
Oh yeah.
The worst thing is old people.
It was called
trying to
Freedom Town too. It was called Freedom Town, and it had no guns.
It's a gun-free zone in Fortnite. Oh wow.
It's crazy. The other political thing I was looking into today, because I've like come back to it a few times over the years, is I just always wonder, were the Nazis socialists or not?
Yes.
I was talking to an AI about it today.
What did the
Well,
AI
Nazi
say?
stands for National Socialist Party. That's what the word actually means. So.
Yeah, but there's socialists that say no true socialism. No one's a real socialist, even though Karl Marx says socialism is pretty much economics.
Actually, it's like saying that basically it's complicated. Basically, the AI said that it's not technically socialism, or not what is generally considered socialism.
Oh, Manuel. Oh, he's on the move like usual. All right.
That is a true fact.
Yeah, how's it going? What have you been
It's
processing?
going good. How's everyone here?
Good, good. We're just talking a lot about the election today, as it's that day, that week. Oh, he's lagging out.
Oh no.
Typical Manuel.
Sorry, what was that, Hank?
So pretty much, socialists claim
No.
no true socialism. So no matter what you point to, they'll deny it. So kind of, you can say it both ways. The problem is we just need to define our terms properly.
Regarding
Socialism.
Oh,
you can't figure out what the socialist is unless you define what it is first. And a lot of socialists refuse to even do that.
Okay.
I think if you go extreme on either side, you will end up at the same spot. It's like authoritarianism.
Yeah, it's more than a horseshoe. It's a full circle.
Yeah, but they were saying, the AI was talking about how essentially the socialism part of the Nazi party kind of died on the night of the long knives, or whatever it was, where Hitler basically killed off his opponents and took power and removed people that were pushing more for the socialist ideas. And that basically, because socialism was kind of a popular ideology around that time, that it was a ploy being used to gather support.
Yeah, that happens. That happens a lot, where someone will take over a existing system and then use it for their own ends.
Yeah, but I feel like it feels like it's hard to judge it in the aspect of looking at through history. And it's like there is a lot of similarities, but it's like the AI kept pointing out a difference between like socialism more so being equality for all, and Nazism was more about like a racial hierarchy that was dependent on like things you can't change, like race, and how there's like a difference there. And it kept talking about like the intent and outcome were different, which is like feels kind of subjective. So it was really weird to try to read through that part.
It's because you're saying there's no true socialism argument.
It's surprising it didn't go there. That's what I used to think. Like
it did go there.
I still think that they are socialists because of like some of the underlying ideology, but I'm starting to understand more of the perspective of why people are saying they aren't. It's like there's a lot of comparisons, of course, because of the authoritarian perspective.
It's hard to compare them to today's political landscape. It was a very different landscape back then.
Yeah.
It was, I would say they were more nationalistic than anything else, which is kind of what's going on again. Like nationalism is resurging all over the world now because of the immigration problems.
Yeah, it's really been interesting to see. I just saw a video today talking about like Germany's having like a rise of I guess what they're calling neo-Nazis.
The
No,
whole Europe has
not
a rise of
neo-Nazis.
nationalism. Yeah, there's not neo-Nazis, but the whole Europe have like
It's
for the past
nationalism,
many
yeah.
years. Yeah, nationalism has been a rising thing. Like people have become more nationalistic, and also conservative in a lot of areas, because of immigrants for sure.
Yeah.
And other things also, but definitely it is on the rise. I don't know much about Portugal, but I remember one friend who is from Portugal also talking about the, like, I'm using this term loosely, so don't take it too like direct, but he said that the Nazi party was voted in because they are very nationalistic and problematic in certain areas. So it's definitely something like, even in Denmark, our own, like, it's not nationalistic, but like we have the social democrats who are ruling the country, and they are becoming way more conservative in a lot of areas. Actually, it's on the rise. People are scared. I think that's the thing.
Yeah, it almost sounds like some people's perspectives on it is that because these people that kind of like are having issues with immigration, they're being called like names and being labeled as bad things when they're just like talking about problems through their experience. And when these people don't like have an outlet, or their voice isn't being heard, it seems like that's when you get things get more extreme and out of balance.
Yeah.
What do
And
you
will
think about
continue
that?
to go that way unless it's addressed, right?
Say that again.
I say it will continue to get more extreme until it gets addressed, until it's corrected.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then once you start calling them neo-Nazis, then that's not going to go over well. It's just going to solidify their stance.
Yeah,
Probably.
exactly. And I feel like that's kind of parallels why a lot of people think that Trump won, and that's what Dr. K talked a little bit about in his video, was about like a lot of these people like didn't have a voice, and it's like the silent majority finally like got in there. But what can we do about this problem, and like how can we like find some common ground without like making things worse and without letting things get to a point of like more of the dangerous side of nationalism?
I think it all stems from economics. Like if you're not having good economics in your country, then people will find others to blame. That's the pattern, I think, for
That's part of it. A big part is identity too. Like once you start getting too many immigrants, you start losing your national identity, and people just want to refine their national identity. So like getting rid of immigrants isn't necessarily the solution. Like has to be like a way to positively formulate a national identity without that, if you want to do that.
Also, we see this problem in Denmark, that there is a lot of these immigrants that comes to Denmark, and a lot of these people, they will then have children or something, and some of them gets converted into criminal activity, to gangs. And the problem is there's a small minority who are making a lot of problems, but the problem is all you're hearing about is that little majority. So everyone, who doesn't really go out much or anything, like they're just seeing all the bad sides and all the bad people of some of these immigrants, and not all the other who are trying to actually do a good job and be a good human being in the country, and work for the economy and whatever. So the problem, especially here in Denmark, is the crimes. It's the crimes,
Stop eating
honestly.
the cats and dogs, and then people will be okay.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
all doing that. They're all eating the cats and dogs.
So another thing that
Yeah.
really bothers me is like, it's when people say like the economy's good, we're actually doing really good. I'm like, good for who? Like, show me. Like,
yeah, the numbers are not humanistic. Like the numbers are like these hard numbers, but it doesn't reflect like average people suffering or whatever. So
And the other thing that's weird about, the United States in terms of nationalism is that, I mean, look at the beginning was like of our country was based on inviting people in because we needed people in order to build a nation. And so I like the diversity, and it really annoys me that people are trying to make this a Christian nation. I just think that we're more diverse than that. So
I don't know.
Why do you keep inviting people into a land that's not yours, though? Right, Manuel?
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm the problem. It's me.
I don't think the Christian nationalism movement is that big, and I don't think many people are for it because a lot of people seem to recognize the dangers and stupidity of like what I heard is the Christian nationalism movement.
Yeah, I'm like totally.
Yeah, I guess it's just that we're here. I guess but the Christian nationalism is being used as a lever by Trump. He's using those people, and so I guess we're hearing a lot of those sound bites.
I don't think I've actually heard.
Yeah, I think this is I think it's a classic good case of like FE triggering the FI. He's really just using the values to accomplish a goal. He's not actually claiming those values as his own. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. Some of the comments are like, it says worshiping a politician is the equivalent of thinking a stripper actually likes you.
Yeah, I've had that argument with creepy clients before, that are like trying to push me. This was like when I was younger, trying to push me to do things I don't want to do. And I'm like, do you really want a blowjob from a bored girl who doesn't want to be doing it? Like, how is that pleasurable to you? Like, she doesn't want to be there. She doesn't like you. She doesn't want to do that. Like, how are you getting anything? Anyway, yeah, sorry.
$20 is $20. That's what I'd say.
20? No, I don't think so. I am way more expensive than that.
Yeah,
he's speaking for himself.
Speaking from past experience.
Yeah.
I was wondering about the immigrant stuff again in Europe from your guys' experience. Like, I definitely know that it's definitely impacting the larger group of the minorities based on like the small minorities' actions. But it feels like some of the extra frustration comes from that is like some talk about like when people are committing crimes that there's not like the proper punishment and that people that are actually causing a problem are like getting let go. And that
we are debating that a lot actually in Denmark. We are debating that a lot because the problem is we are very unsure about it. One side we are like we shouldn't judge them that hard or give them that hard of a punishment. We should treat them instead and try and help them. Now the problem with that is we might have one of the greatest systems in the world with the healthcare and everything, but it's still shit. It's still really shit. So they can't really help them. A lot of the time, a lot of them will go back to crime because it's just more money-wise better in some ways, and all their friends are there and whatever, right?
Yeah.
And then there's the other side who is like, yeah, no, they need to be punished because they think the more you punish someone, the more they won't do it again because they think that they work like that. Now I know how some of these people how these people work, and I can tell you one thing: it is kind of like if you're addicted to drugs, it's kind of like you have to go in some treatment. Yeah, you have to like something psychology, something like that, because you won't get them out. But we're not. It's not because we are punishing them severely or something like that. We are actually very split on that, and we're still dealing with that problem. Like, what the fuck to do with these crimes? Now I can only speak from like Danish perspective.
Yeah.
Of course, mostly. And I just think it's we completely lost on how and what to do it, how to do it, and what to do, because it's not working. Whatever we do, it's not really working, and I don't know if it's making it worse. It's hard to say. I think we can say that in 10 years, but it's definitely doesn't seem to cool off because it's a weird situation where they're like the police and the government right now. They want to be stricter, but they also want to try to do both, but they can't do both. So they have to pick a side, and it's very messy and complicated actually.
Do an A/B test. Do both at random. Do both at random.
Well, they turn to crime because they're not integrated, and it's hard to integrate immigrants into a foreign nation, especially if they don't want to be integrated into that nation. They don't have the same national identity.
But
they don't want to be a part of your nation.
But
So
the
how do you
problem with
integrate them?
but the problem is also when a lot of these immigrants came to especially Denmark, we had some political party that were really, really racist. So when these people came into Denmark, they all felt like they were not welcoming here, and we all hated them and yada 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 yada. And yeah, that then who loved me? Oh, my brother over here who comes from a neighboring country, and maybe look more similar to me and have the more similar culture to me. I can better relate to that. So they will now seek into this group instead of like. Now it has become better actually. Like I think the especially the Muslim population has been integrated into the Danish population, really really like good compared to like how shit we welcome them, because they heard was the racist thing. They didn't hear all the people who were trying to be nice and welcome them and trying to help them. Now some did, a small minority did, but a lot, especially the young boys, all they heard was the racist thing, and I just don't think it helped when you come from a country with war and your parents are maybe a little bit, and we did fuck it up at the beginning. It has become better. Now the problem is just how do we what do we do with it now? Because there are just some people and we cannot really do anything about them other than put them to jail and hope they won't do it again,
I
which
mean, I'm
they most
still,
certainly will.
yeah, I'm still hearing that like the national identity thing is an issue, and no one's really paying attention to it. Like,
Yeah, it is. It
Because
is. It
you
is.
get called xenophobic
it's
and stuff. I
it,
feel
it's
if you
but
say
it's
too much.
something that like it's something no one's looking at specifically. It's like it's in the background. Like national
Yeah.
identity is a thing, and that's why nationalism is resurging as a counter movement to that, because people are looking for that national identity and they feel like they've lost it.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I feel like it also plays into it where the nationalists are getting more frustrated when,
Yeah,
like,
I know.
it feels like the penalties that they get for breaking the law or making a mistake are different compared to, like, the immigrants that are not getting punished or not getting as severely punished. It's making it feel like, well, we've been
Like
here and now we're not getting
like the
treated
Trump
fairly.
movement. The Trump movement was a nationalistic movement. It's a reactionary movement. It's because
Yeah,
America's
exactly.
losing its identity, and America's trying to find its identity again. Yeah.
there's an absorption rate. Like if your economy is good and you have tons of different factors are there, then you can take in more immigrants and assimilate them. But if the number goes too high, then you're gonna have problems and people feeling like they've been short change and all that kind of stuff. So
Yeah, I feel like just the legal aspects that I was talking about too is just even a big problem in the U.S. because there's like it sounds like there's been laws that have been passed where it's like, oh, you can't get in trouble for stealing as long as it's under $1,000. You can't get arrested in some places, and it's like, why are we like why aren't we not? Why are the SI rules falling apart? It doesn't seem
too much
beneficial.
compassion and not enough enforcement.
Well, they're
Yeah, it's
trying to
falling
push
apart.
some NI change policies, but it's just they're not defined themselves. They don't want to pick one.
I mean, in France, they castrated their cops. The cops in France aren't even allowed to have guns anymore. So,
Oh wow.
I'm gonna add my own 2 cents real quick. So we actually had this discussion about the English language, and its influence in East Asian countries. And basically, it was talking about like how foreign words, aka English words, are being more used, and I guess it's becoming like a problem,
I
or at
think I
least
have heard
they're
that.
starting to see it as a problem. And I was thinking about it because then she asked our instructor, what or how should native speakers of whatever language, how should they go about it, or what would be the best practice? And I was thinking about English, the language itself, and I was like, well, if you think about it, I guess the reason why it's spreading is kind of obvious. It's just kind of the standard worldwide, or at least that's my perspective. Excuse me for my ignorance, but also the reason why it spreads so well is because of the fact that it has a standard to it. So it has like a dictionary, I guess.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
No, it doesn't.
So,
but it's a pigeon. It was designed to be like a pigeon language, easy to spread across the world. Plus, all that colonization helped. So
right. Well, okay, but I agree. But my point is that English has a standard, the dictionary. It has a dictionary. Now, whether you go
no,
to
it doesn't. It really doesn't. It has a bunch of dictionaries, and they are made in reverse. French has a dictionary that they made ahead of time to design the French words, but English dictionaries define words that already exist. Then they'll say, "Okay, we'll add them in." So it does. So English has a bunch of dictionaries, but none of them are part of a standardized language. That's what makes English flexible.
It's relatively standardized.
I want to
Yeah,
hear. I
I'll
want to
say
hear your
that. I'll
argument
say
about it.
relatively standardized. Yeah.
Right.
So
That's kind
I'll
of my
take it for granted that it's standardized. So what were you saying?
and that's kind of my point. It generally it has a standard.
Yeah.
And so I was thinking about like how or not just my tribe, but like a lot of different tribes, like they did not incorporate the English language or any Spanish words into the language. They didn't make new words either. They just kind of used what they already had to describe whatever the English equivalent is. So like salt.
Yeah, so here in Hebrew,
in
they
my
have Americanized words, but yeah, you have to invent a whole bunch of words, like electricity, for example. Like, how do you invent electricity as a word? And so, yeah, you have to sort of relate it to past words or past ideas in some way.
Right. And it kind of goes, and I know this is a huge channel change or a huge switch in concepts, but I think that's kind of the same with, I think that's how we should be treating policies. Is we should be leaving it open to, I guess, said culture to figure out how to work with it, if that makes sense.
It sounds like you're trying to say make it like so there's like kind of a standard, but don't make the standard too rigid so it can build upon itself naturally based on the populace.
Basically. Thank you.
Is there it was brought up before by Hank that English doesn't have a standard? Doesn't every language work the same way where like the rules fluctuate based on just cultural change over time, or isn't that pretty much just a universal?
No, I mean because French has an official dictionary that they build ahead of time.
But yeah, like all languages evolve over time, though. One of the languages that didn't evolve is like Quebec French. Like they're just very rigid in trying to keep it exactly as it was in the 1700s. So like even in France, you'll see the stop sign say stop on it, and then in like Quebec it says arrête. Like they're very strict with that kind of thing. So it depends on the culture. Well, because they're trying to they have laws like, okay, every sign has to have, you can't have English signs in Quebec. They have to all have French on them, and they can have English, but it's got to be smaller and underneath the French. Like they're trying to preserve their culture and their language.
It's really interesting.
Yeah.
Does
I
it
mean,
work?
don't you just keep
It works, yeah. But like they speak the French of like the 1700s and like the lower class French of the 1700s, and they've just preserved it. It's really interesting.
I know, isn't that like in Welsh they're trying to do that too? I think it's sort of a dying language though, right?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Really interesting. It seems like it's interesting how it seems like some different cultures get into more trouble for trying to maintain their culture compared to others. Like one of these people that live in Japan made a really interesting video talking about immigration for Japan, and it's like very nuanced. And it's so interesting how there's like a feedback loop where it's like the Japanese people want to hold on to their culture and they're not like xenophobic, and then it's like other people like on Twitter or something like see something and then they just start saying like all these terrible things, and like a Japanese person reads that and it doesn't match like what their personal perspective is at all, and it like creates a weird thing where it's like people hate Japan more and the Japanese hate other people more, and it's like really interesting how like the differing perspectives fluctuate.
Japanese
as they
identity
talk
is also
about
very
stuff.
strong. Like there's a very
Yeah.
strong Japanese identity.
East Asians are very ethnocentric, so there's a huge barrier. They don't want lots of immigration.
Yeah, it sounds like Japan just has so much trouble, but it's like as long as like tensions arise and continue to arise between like Japanese people and others, it's not, they don't have a nice path ahead of them, it seems, and not an easy one. It's kind of interesting too how birth rates all around the world seem to be having trouble, and I guess you would just blame that on the economy as well normally.
Yeah, again, it's all that. It's the same dynamic. It's like this globalism and globalization is trying to destroy culture, and then the cultures are having this counter reaction where nationalism pops up to protect themselves.
Do you think the globalization, like the people that are more for that, like what do you think their mindset is behind it, that they think it's like a good thing and like something valuable to go after?
Utopia.
Globalization it's pretty much our modern world. Ever since World War II, we've been living in that world. You exchange, it reduces resources. You share those. Everybody's like on the same team. We're spinning up society.
Yeah.
And now we're going the opposite way. Now we're bifurcating.
Like the nationalistic movement in World War II was very strong, and so then as a reaction to that, there's like this anti-nationalism, and now the pendulum has to swing back. It has to. Yeah.
Hopefully not as far.
Yeah, no.
It might get dicey. Like in 10 or 15 years, when America tries to go outward again and sees what destruction it left by leaving, and we might be shocked.
What do you mean by leaving? I'm not sure if I follow you correctly.
Well, when you okay, so you were talking earlier about the trade wars.
Yeah.
When you do the tariffs, it's pretty much, it's like cutting out. We're going to cut out China, right? Like China, Russia, and whoever else, Iran, and all those guys. They're like bifurcating themselves out of the system, right? So we're going to reshore the manufacturing stuff from China to other countries nearby, and those will be our friends, and we'll be in a little bubble by ourselves. So when I say leaving, I mean we're leaving the global order.
I got you. Making America great again, you know?
Yeah,
just
well,
like it used to be.
That's why inflation is so high, is because when you move a warehouse, like the infrastructure that's been built since 2000 in China, you have to replace it. That's quite expensive. Then you have a demographic problem with the Chinese. Their labor stuff's going up. You have like Europeans, demographics are going down. Like the benefit of having a globalized system is no longer efficient and up to snuff. So that's why we're like, if we don't reshore our stuff, we're not going to have manufacturing systems that will be where we want to have, because we like to have stuff. So
I mean, okay, so
hold it. It's not that globalization is less efficient. It's just we're not regulating the companies, so they're kind of ripping us off now.
Like division of labor is what allows societies to exist in any form of complexity or in any form of, I don't know, national order. Like you need a division of labor. Yeah.
It's a specialization.
Right. But I think it's a very different process of like the division of labor and then the economics from the cultural side of things and the identity side of things. Like they're two very separate things. So like we could technically have a very globalized economic system with a very separate, I don't know, nationalistic identity system, and those two could be compatible. There's no reason why they wouldn't. But then like the other way around is, I think, more problematic.
I wonder how you can look at this sort of stuff through like the, gosh, I can't think of the word all of a sudden, like pollution and stuff, the environment, where if things were to kind of shrink and there'd be like less interactions, I suppose that would be good for the environment. But I don't know. I don't know if that adds anything
Dude,
to the conversation or not.
my wife's from China. I've been there. You should the level of pollution there is just appalling. You would
Oh,
not
really?
believe it is. Yeah, they have hardly any. Like we just outsource our pollution that we used to do over to them. It's all there. It's like the pollution's still there. Like manufacturing has to have pollution. And the way they do it, they have like no regulations. If you know who to pay off, if you run a warehouse or a factory, you know who to pay off, and you just dump it in the river. They don't give a shit, man.
Oh, wow. I didn't know it was that bad.
Jared, so do you have a different? We didn't talk to you about what do you think about the tariffs on China?
Yeah, tariffs would be great. Like right now with Temu, you're right. It's like it's bull crap products that are so cheaply made, and not only that, they're ripping off American designs. Like if you have a design and you take it to China to get it made, they will steal that in a heartbeat and then undercut your prices and beat you to the price and the market. My wife had to go there and hire somebody to run a warehouse, and on people's resumes, they were bragging about how much stuff they stole from Amazon and how much they could trick the algorithm and all this stuff. It's like, yeah, man,
Yeah, because China doesn't enforce copyright inside their borders. I'm saying we probably shouldn't either inside our borders, so we can equalize it.
Yeah, and with the Temu thing, like, okay, if I was going to mail Annie a letter, it costs me more to mail you a package from Utah to Oregon than it would for Temu to mail a package from China to US, because they qualify for like a international thing that gives them a lower rate. So I mean, it's bullcrap, man.
They take their own ships over. They have big ships that they take all the stuff over.
Crazy to think about.
I mean, they had some construction projects over here where basically they just have a bunch of ships, bring a bunch of Chinese people over, and then just live on the ships and construct things and then go back to China. It's crazy.
And they'll undercut the local people's price, and they'll do a shit job too. A lot of times they'll take shortcuts and do crap that's not very good.
Yeah, the job they do isn't that much worse, but a lot more of their Chinese people get killed and starved and than should, I guess.
Yeah, man. They got surplus. They don't care.
Yeah, like you see some of them just like walking across a wire with no safety gear, and you're just like, what the hell? Like, you're not afraid to die?
Yeah, I heard something about like the Olympics.
Oh.
What with
Yeah, you know, like the Olympics and how the construction for the Olympics this year.
In France?
It was just super. I don't know.
They took the
It
Chinese
was really
to make it?
bad, and one of my friends was complaining about it nonstop to me about people dying and just overworked construction workers and just how dangerous it was to
from the West perspective. My wife likes to say it like, okay, like from the West perspective, we look at Apple facility in China and they're like assembling stuff, right? And we're like, oh, it's appalling. People are being worked to death. But if you're from the countryside and you're poor, that is like the opportunity of a lifetime. You will fall over yourself just to get there to have that opportunity. So from the Western perspective, we're like, our standards like so out there that you're not even seeing what real life is for a lot of people.
Right.
Go off what J-Rod just said. I've been thinking about that, especially after yesterday, because like I know a lot of people, like I don't know how to explain it, because I've been thinking about writing this down just because I've had so many thoughts about it, but especially after yesterday. But anyway, so like just from being able to go to different reservations and meeting different people and seeing what it's like to live on the res, it's really like it's almost like the reason why what happens, kind of going off of what J-Rod was saying, is because they have to. And that's what kind of perpetuates this kind of cycle of I don't know what we call it, but it perpetuates the cycle. And
You're,
what was that?
you're talking about the issues of people that live on the reservations, and that what they need to do is basically leave the reservation to survive, or that they
Basically, so like for the Navajo Nation, a lot of them, a lot of the men, they'll go out to like these construction sites, either on the reservation or off the reservation, just to make money, because basically there's no jobs on the reservation at all.
Oh.
And
Yeah.
and so, oh, go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, and the issue is they can be compound issue because privileged white people usually say it's their free will. It's just making their own choices, even though all the choices they have that's reasonable or it's garbage. You can't just will yourself into being an e-celebrity and have multi-millions of dollars. It doesn't work that way unless you're like a hot chick. But
Right.
other than that, it doesn't work.
Right. And kind of like what J Rod and Benjamin were pointing out is like a lot of, I guess, Chinese people have to go out and go to these shitty jobs. And that's kind of, I guess, the problem, I would say. Or part of the.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say that my friend is has some Native American in him and has talked to me about like his dad and some of the reservation issues and stuff. And it's like crazy that it's like he told me about how there's like a lot of alcohol stores like right off the reservation, and how that's just like really screws up a lot of people there.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's everywhere.
Bad.
It's sort of like the crabs in the bucket. Like when your whole group is down in the hole, there's not much hope when you go nihilistic.
Right. And I guess in the case of the Chinese, it's just everybody. That's the whole situation.
Yeah. Like you need to bring opportunities onto the reservation. You need to bring opportunities there.
Right. No, I agree.
Yeah.
But that's never going to happen.
But with the Chinese, it's like a whole nation that was like had no capitalism for like 100 years. So you had this explosion of growth and opportunity, and then man, they just grabbed a hold of that and used it as best they can. No, unfortunate thing is their government is so corrupt and evil that they're twisting it now into something evil.
Yeah,
I saw something there in China too, where like they try to get prisoners because prisoners are very cheap labor. So the more people they can arrest and stick in prison, the more cheap labor they get.
Spooky.
I didn't see that, but I saw they banned Halloween costumes now in like Shanghai and some of the bigger cities.
Wow.
I mean, that's okay. Who cares? It's not their culture anyway.
Hey, Manuel.
I know that I made a personal phone call to the president so they would stop appropriating my culture.
There you go. That's why they banned it. Yeah.
Manuel, I'm just kind of thinking of the problem with the Indians on the reservation. It feels to me like the only solution for that kind of for that like culture and national identity to survive would be to like adapt to the point where they can the Cheyenne people can like come out and impose themselves onto the culture. Like that's just immediately what comes to mind, but like what do you see as the solution to that kind of the problem of being stuck in that way?
That's a good question. I feel like there's better people than me to talk about this, and I've met them, but from my perspective, I would say you're kind of on point. So but at the same time, like I feel like as a tribe, or we have to, and this is just every tribe, we have to gain some level of sustainability on our own. But in this day and age, I would say it's more difficult.
It's hard.
It's really hard.
Like, so being self-sufficient is one thing. You can be completely self-sufficient and not need anybody else, which is kind of what like America is trying to do today. But then the other side is like you could develop your own GDP and bring opportunities there. So like even if all you're doing is selling corn, then
like your whole tribe, all they're doing is making corn and selling corn. That should be enough to sustain you guys, you know, like some kind of product, some kind of GDP. Yeah.
Right. And okay, so from my tribe, our main source of income is casinos. The only problem with that is it's been kind of dying down.
Oh.
And on top of that, we have people that
It's also shady.
Yeah, exactly. It's very shady. But and yeah, so unfortunately for my tribe, we just don't know how to make money, quite frankly. And like in some other tribes, they've had really great opportunities. So I know the Seminoles of Florida, they have a lot of oil. And so, but then that's how they make most of their money. And like, trust me, they're rich. I've been there. But that's not every other tribe. And so they got
how dependent upon what's available on the land you have.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's sort of hard. If you have marginalized land, it's really hard to eke out something.
Exactly. And that's also what a problem with my tribe is, that a lot of our reservation is actually spread out. It's not like one central thing. And on top of that, a lot of it is owned by people or I guess, citizens of the tribe. So a lot of them, they just hold on.
No, Adam, I didn't.
And sorry, I lost my train of thought.
You're talking about leadership. I wanted to ask about that. Like, who's in charge of the tribes and stuff, and how does that work? Like, how does the leadership function?
Okay, well, I don't know all tribes, but I'll speak for my tribe. So for my tribe, we have what we call a governor, and I know in the Navajo's case they call it president. They call him president, but essentially, that for my tribe, that's basically what it is. It's the president, but we call it governor. But anyway, so the governor is the one that kind of makes the decisions. And most of the time, they're supposed to go through the legislators. So I wish I had it drawn out, but basically, so it goes with the president and the governor and the vice governor, and it goes down to the court or the legislators, and the legislators down to the people. But the problem with my tribe is that a lot of the people, they're just uneducated, and I hate to say it, but that's just the truth. And on top of that, they're just not very good with money. So the legislators, they'll usually listen. So basically how it goes is they listen to the people of their district, and then they go to the court, and then they discuss it, blah, 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 vote, and then they run it by the governor. But most of the time, it takes just too long to make a decision or figure out what to do. And most of the time, it just ends up in stupid decisions.
Sad.
Yeah.
I was thinking there's other ways you guys could like impact the culture too, like especially with how social media works these days. Like, I feel like it's really stupid for me to say, but like you'd start a band or something and become like
they don't need to impact like their own culture. Like they're not looking to impact other cultures. They need. It sounds like you need a way to self-sustain your economy somehow, some kind of GDP, so that you can have like your people can have something to do on the reservation.
Exactly.
And then like have your own culture, develop your own culture, grow your own culture from there.
Yes, exactly. And but if we talk about the culture itself, like a lot of the young people, and I would probably throw myself in there, even though I know probably a bit more than the general young person of my tribe. But like you said, social media, but like a lot of social media, or just the outside culture in general, influences our tribe. So like a lot of them, I don't know, like they play Fortnite. A lot of them, like I guess like if you imagine what the typical American does, that's younger, that's kind of like your general native that's younger, but also add on that they're Native American. So then they have a whole extra thing that they have to attend to, like going to Sundance, being there at powwows, I guess carrying out the culture. But But it's difficult because a lot of the younger ones, they just kind of don't want that responsibility, and
Yeah.
because there's a lot more to it than just going to powwows and going to Sundance. Like, so for my tribe, we have different. We have 4 societies, and that those are kind of dying out too, because a lot of the members of the societies, they're older, and they usually just pass it down to, you know, their kids or their nieces or their nephews. And so it's just very, I guess, centralized, and it just makes it difficult. And then on top of that, you have to actually be dedicated to it. Like you can't just do what you want all the time. Like, because even on the weekend, so like my uncle, he's part of one of the societies, and I know that sometimes he's always doing something. Like, he's either hunting or he's getting ready for something. There's just, you know, it's very demanding. It's not just oh yeah, I'm part of this club and this is kind of what we do every once in a while. It's like a more like a full-time thing. Yeah. So it's very demanding.
So it sounds like it's hard to transfer this through the generation. It's just becoming more assimilated to regular American culture.
Exactly. And it's just easier to, I guess, assimilate, because like that's just kind of what the outside world demands, and there's no real need.
The pressure is probably enormous.
Yeah, exactly.
Is there rules against like non-Native Americans being like able to become like a part of the tribe, or like be like a part of the culture at all?
No. I mean, it's not explicit, but I mean, it just depends on how frequent you participate and how long you come around. But like, if you were a complete outsider, then you probably have zero chance of it. But like in the case of my dad, like, he married into it, so he kind of became acquainted with it, and so he just, you know, became a part of it.
I was just kind of wondering if like maybe some kind of like almost immigration would be like somewhat beneficial, and like introduce some new like more education on different areas that would help the internal cultures and whatnot.
Isn't this sort of like the story of humanity, though? If you think about it, like you'll have different populations intermixing with each other, bringing new tech, forming new stuff. I mean, this is like the story of humanity, isn't it? It's like,
yeah,
you do lose something, I guess, if a culture gets wiped out, but if they're absorbed or assimilated, then
yeah, I was thinking a very similar thing when we were talking about the I believe it was Quebec, with the French staying stagnant, because I feel like ultimately cultures have to like adapt and develop, but you also want to have like a core history there that you can look back on. That was one thought that I was having, of like we have history that we can pull from and appreciate, you know, where, I mean, in my specific case, I kind of don't. I'm just a weird American that's a hybrid between a whole bunch of different Europeans, but kind of in a general sense, so we are sort of European culture, at least for myself.
but like 100 years ago, some of those European cultures would have been the other. Like they're assimilated now, and they're forged into what we say. Oh, we're white, but like 150 years ago, if you were from Italy, you would be considered a dark race, and they wouldn't accept you as much.
Other thing is, American culture is very young. It's very young on the world stage. It's not very developed yet. Yeah, it's very.
We're
It's
still toddlers.
over. It's loud too. Yeah.
We're toddlers.
Yeah, it's a loud toddler. Yeah, exactly.
Isn't
it feels like what Dave was saying. It feels like, I think I would agree that he mentioned like the archetypical, like American is like the ESTP. Like, I do whatever I want and I make my own living my own way, kind of like that very independent thing. But it's like, how long can you keep a culture going just based off of like rebellion, essentially? Because that's kind of what it feels like to me. But maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I think you're right, because like those qualities are who survived when it was, just imagine it was a frontier. You need some people that are like strong-willed, strong-minded, can get stuff done without any help or any outside government. So like that's that's why we have that core still.
It's been really weird to see the culture kind of shift though from like more rebellious of like thinking all politicians are scumbags and like hating big business, and now it feels like it's kind of flipped the opposite where people are like shilling and promoting like their favorite company, and like their politicians are like their gods now kind
Yeah,
of.
this is what I think. So I think like 50 years ago, religion was in charge of the narrative, and we had the priests and the uh, school moms or whatever policing people on morality issues, and now it's
Yeah.
flipped. So now the liberal culture has become the dominant, and it's in the places of power. Now they're the ones that are preaching and caring all the other people that are not in line.
Yeah, and I wonder how much that comes the origin of that is it would be curious to look into when, because it seems like most of the bigger cities are the more liberal ones, so and kind of come from that perspective. So it seems like the more as Americans we become, and maybe people in general, but the more you become like sophisticated, then it leans into that just the left side in general.
I think it's population density, honestly.
Yeah.
I think when you go
Yeah.
into a city, you have to become more liberal. I think that's the only way to, because there's just too much going on. You have to have some kind of system. Like in the countryside, I know all my neighbors and I know their reputations personally, and I've had interaction with them. Like in the city, you don't. So
yeah,
There's also like
thank
a
you for that clarification.
counterculture. There's also a counterculture element to it, where like it's cool to not like America or to be anti-America in the cities.
That's the weirdest part to me, and the part that I find problematic if people have that view, because ultimately we're right or left, we're all Americans. So like, can we stick with that to some degree? Like we can bring in, and then it becomes a question of like, I feel like migration and things like that, of we need to bring in other cultures. And it's like, yes, that is part of our identity too, is to some degree pulling in other cultures. Like we can all agree on that, I think.
Yeah, like you know the saying we have, e pluribus unum, out of many one, right? So we are a nation of immigrants, but you have to forge the one. You have to have a meaning, a purpose that binds you together. And I think that's what's lacking. Like you can take in immigrants, you can absorb these immigrants, and if your economy is good and stuff is good, but if some of those are lacking, then you're going to have problems. But if you have a narrative or a meaning, a purpose that forges everybody together, then that will be enough to heat up the melting pot in a sense.
Yeah, and I feel like historically that has been going back. Maybe this is a little bit more nuance, adding more nuance to the kind of rebellious nature that we had, and I feel like that's largely what it's been for people who migrate here. Is you keep part of your culture, like if you have the Mexicans coming over the border and the Panamanians and whoever else from South America, they come over and they keep their culture, but then they have the integration is like, I moved from my country that sucked to come here and kind of rebel. It feels like that's something I don't know if we need to like lean in that more as a country as a whole, or how that works.
Man, have you ever had a Korean fusion taco? It's awesome.
So I want to bring
I especially this argument that comes up about cultural appropriation in food, when people get really uptight about that, then I just think like, I don't want to live in a world without sushi burritos, and like maybe it's like the NE part of me is like, I totally get like preserving and respecting the original recipe and respecting culture, but food is about sharing and innovating. And so I get yeah, that's a hot topic for me when people get really uptight about.
There was this one Italian chef who was like trying to revolutionize Italian cuisine, and like changed the recipes of these Italian cuisines, and this whole culture and people were all against them. How dare you? It's blasphemy. How dare you change this one pasta sauce that like is, I don't know, everything there is like so specific. Yeah, it's like there's like that counter movement where the preservists, I guess, preserving their culture.
Yeah. Well, and you need a balance with that. I think you need people who want to preserve the old, like keeping the history in check and not just discarding it. I am curious. So, like Manuel and Andreas, how would you guys feel if, like, as Americans, is there something that you would consider like cultural appropriation? I've always found that to be, I feel most people find that really stupid, but like, I feel like most people want to share their culture. And how do you guys feel about that? Like, there obviously, don't be a dick. There's like, obviously,
Little Mermaid's better in America.
I don't even know what to say to that one. I guess so. I don't know, man. I don't know. Danish people are weird when it comes to culture because, of course, sure, we have a culture. I think it's like you can really like the Danish culture is very already inappropriate in that sense of like back in the 80s and the 70s. Like there was a lot of like you couldn't on TV show naked people. Danish people didn't give a shit. Denmark was one of the first country to make porn legal, and everyone found it that so freaky, like so weird that we did that. We have always been like a very like not a hippie culture, but very like let's get fucking drunk and go naked in the street. Like it's hard to be inappropriate as long as you are not a dick, right? An asshole. I think where you will be inappropriate is not so much about a culture. Like you can disrespect our Viking history, or you can, yeah, like you can do that. The thing about it is you have to respect that Danish people, even the extroverted ones, Danish people are introverted. We are very introverted culture. So like if you randomly go up and talk to us as a stranger, that is inappropriate. That is very inappropriate. You keep to yourself and I keep to myself, and we do not talk to each other. Like strangers keep away. So in that sense, we have a problem with cultures and other countries where people are a little more like outgoing and more like in American culture. It seems like people have this tendency. It's more okay to go up and start a conversation with a stranger in the mall or whatever, right? But in like if you do that, you're weird. You're weirdo. Like you do not talk to strangers. You do not. Like if you're sitting in the bus and you're just like saying, oh, you like you drop something, even that might be a little bit intense for the other person. Like we're so introverted in a lot of ways. So I think it's more like that. We have weird rules of how to behave and how to act, but we don't really like you can be very like you can make jokes about that culture because we do it ourselves all the time. Like we do not give a shit. So it's kind of like, and you can even change the recipe for something. We also do not give a shit. It's more we are more pissed off and offended by your behaving than your like. Does that make sense?
I think
yeah, I think I've heard some similar things from English people where they talk about like Americans coming to England and they're like smiley retards and they're like, why are you like why are you happy and
Yeah.
smiley all the time? You dunce.
Yeah, you cannot do that. You have to be like cold and like stone face and not look at anyone and just keep to yourself and not talk to anybody.
What
right?
about if someone's your friend though? You're like inside, right?
Sure. Yeah. Your friends, you can be
Once
wild
you break
with.
once you break that border though, man, it's like it's good, huh?
The play energy will come from that. Yes, exactly. So it's like we are very private people in Denmark and a very introverted people. But once you get behind that, we are so crazy outwards because we also like have a culture with a lot of alcohol in it. We love to get drunk, and we all always have. Like we have been a very drunken kind of like. Look at the Vikings, goddammit. They also love to drink, and it's always been in us to just be drunk all the time. And I think once you come into that and to the parties and everything, like yeah, man, you're good. Yeah. Then we became extroverted. Then we will kiss you on your forehead.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I visited right before the pandemic. I visited and I was walking down in the main downtown Copenhagen on the Go Gather, and just bar after bar, just people everywhere, just blah.
I already live in the alcohol dependent culture in the piss in America. It sucks. It's garbage. I hate it because I'm not a extrovert drunk. I did introvert like when I drink. So it's I hate the culture. I don't want to be around it anymore.
Yeah, I feel the same with Danish culture in that sense of like I don't think it's a healthy thing because for in Denmark like people around 16, 15, 14 even, they're like already starting to drink a lot and party a lot. It's not great. It's not good. and it's almost in some ways like it's not like the parents are like you should go out and drink some more. It's not like that, but it is kind of encouraging like your
Yes,
children
same
to it.
here.
Yeah, and it's not really, you know what I mean, that healthy. So I feel like I'm
Sort
not
of like
against having a drink, but it's just can we, you know, can we keep it down?
they're like, you're gonna do it anyway. Go get it out of your system right now.
Yes, exactly. But I will say though, yeah, like a lot of I feel like a lot of Danish people once we get to a certain age because we're like been this partying this hard at that young age, right? It kind of like like it's we're more calm later on. Where I feel like I've seen some other people from other countries, they're still in this party phase, and I'm like,
Yeah, and the fact that I didn't get in that party system means I'm not really linked to too many people. So this getting some traction to get anything at all, it's just really hard because I have to use money to do it rather than a
Yeah.
personal connection.
yeah, yeah.
I think the only thing I know about Danish culture is apparently there's this funny band called Toy Box that apparently is a Danish bubblegum pop band.
What?
Have
I
you ever
didn't
heard of
even
them?
know. Didn't even know myself.
Yeah, they have some like really weird visuals. Like I remember showing Chris one of their songs called Best Friend, where it was like late at night too, so it's like super weird where they got this like weird CGI little people and it's like this
What did you
girl
call
with
it again?
Toy Box, and the song is Best Friend. And they have this other one that's like Tarzan and Jane.
I think
and
I
I can
found
kind
it.
of see some of the culture you're talking about in that, but I wouldn't have guessed from it that the Danish culture is like so introverted, like
Oh yeah.
on the streets. That's just
We
so
are like publicly we are like do not go up and talk to us. I would not break it. Like try it and see what happens and see how like awkward someone gets. Like even the double decided extrovert people are like don't you know don't
I
do
want to
this.
go to Denmark and talk to people now. You're just making me.
It makes me think of like the number 4 versus the number 1. Like when
Yeah.
David Chan would go to the grocery store, David just want to talk to everybody, and I feel that same way. I don't care about walking up to strangers and talking with them. I'm fine with that.
But
I
that's the
guess
thing
for
Denmark,
you know,
let's go to Denmark and we'll just go talking to random people on the street.
we might
No,
not
no.
make it
I
back.
may do
You
that
know?
too. I'm fine.
Let's just invade them. Invade
But I
them
think-
with
also
friendliness.
not
We'll start
okay
our
to
own
dress up.
culture there. Yeah.
Let's tape it too. Let's maybe actually not go tape ourselves doing it.
Can you not like dress up and look weird in public? Is that also like a disturbance?
It depends on where you live. If it's Copenhagen, you can do that. Like people will look at
Maybe we
you,
should
but
dress like Vikings and then just be friendly with everybody.
you can like
Good idea.
Copenhagen is exceptions to some rules, especially on certain days, especially in the weekend, because like it's party time, right? So everybody is happy and on drugs and everything. But like if you do it anywhere else, people will look weird at you. Now, if you do dress up as something weird, like people will look at you, but they will judge you, but they won't say anything. They would just yeah.
I went bird watching, and I had my hat on and my goggles or my binoculars, and these guys passed me, and I said howdy, and they just laughed at me because I said howdy to them.
Jeez. Hey Dave, can
Yeah.
you pull up the song Toy Box, Best Friend by Toy Box, and just like show some of the images of it? You don't have to play the
Just
song.
the
so it'll probably
images.
take down the
Okay, what is
stream.
it called again? Toy
It's
box.
Oh, is that
called,
that one?
Best
Is that the one
Friend
that
by
we
Toy
watched?
Box.
Toy
Yeah,
box
they had
what?
like pull out lightsabers for a moment and stuff.
Yeah, that was wild. Fun early 2000s stuff.
Toy box, the sailor song.
What is that? Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, I love the German version of that.
Similar.
And like Ken is like going like rough like a dog. It's like, hey Spencer. He's like raw. Freaking German.
Speaking of Andreas mentioned the porn being legalized. It reminded me of, I was trying to look it up and find exactly what it was, but I think it's Brazil. I couldn't find any details really quick. I gotta go hunt down like a YouTube video or something to find the details. But I think it was Brazil that had government created porn movies, and one of them had horse porn in it. So interesting fact for y'all.
What in the world?
Thanks for sharing, Chris. Thank you.
Yeah, I always got to bring that stuff up, you know. Gotta
What?
keep-
What do you mean? Like it's a public service?
Yeah, yeah.
No, no.
People are not
That's
coming
crazy.
enough. They gotta come more.
I couldn't find the exact spot. This is I'll link the video that I know it's in if anybody's interested.
So wait a
And I
minute.
talked through a
videos,
whole bunch of
no.
video stuff.
Do
Yeah, send
civilians
that.
do civilians pay taxes to make the horse porn?
Well, this was back in like the 80s or something, so I'm not quite sure how it worked.
Yeah, imagine your tax dollars going to horse porn.
It's wild.
Chris, are you a porn scholar? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, it was just in this video about like really awful films.
What area of
somewhere
porn
in
was
there?
this though?
Right,
What would you
right.
say? What area?
Hmm?
What area of like now? Like if you're the expert, what area of porn was the best area? Would you say?
What do you mean by
Early
area?
2000 G strings, right?
Yes. Like just
I don't know
time
what that is.
period. You know, like the 80s, the 90s, the early 20s.
I don't know. I haven't gone around and explored all the areas.
I think he likes
of
the
porn
Shrek, the
myself.
Shrek stuff, right?
Yeah.
You like the Shrek?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It might be
Yeah,
that. Shrek is
Ooh.
love. Shrek is life.
Andre,
love that one.
And I like that Skin and Max era. That's what I liked.
Thinking
do we
about
lose?
how that
Lost
government
bid.
made that movie, it reminds
Oh.
me of how someone gave Seth Green to make Freddy Got Fingered. That was such a terrible movie.
That movie's amazing.
Yo, Dragon's Neck. What was the name of the video? You want me to show the visuals
It was
of?
called Best Friend by Toy Box. It's like just type in like Toy Box Best Friend and you'll probably
I can
find
also
it.
send a link if you want to. Boom.
I
bada, boom,
have it
boom,
here.
boom.
Okay.
Oh, you found it again.
This is how I imagined all Danish people looked.
Racist. He's appropriating Andreas's culture.
Yes, I'm very offended.
Wow.
This sucks. Holy shit. This is so aqua like.
It was 1999.
My
Give it
God.
a break.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's very 90s. It's very aqua. You know the band that made Barbie Girl.
Yeah.
Oh, she could teleport like Benjamin onto the rockets.
It's like the style.
Oh, those green people. I forgot about that. Oh, so great.
I can put the
love
lyrics
this.
on.
I
Oh,
like
I
it.
just of this.
I just think these people need to like stop the cocaine thing and like maybe
This
be
is
more
definitely like
sensible about it.
psychedelic induced. Yeah.
Yeah,
all I
like
can
they need to. You didn't have to use the mouse on the
They
end.
deflated like balloons. Oh my god.
This looks very Danish.
Lightsabers.
Yeah, that cultural appropriation.
I mean, I get it.
What
I get it.
Andreas
They're in a
is about.
toy box. They're using their imagination. Like, I get the context. Yeah,
And they
makes
get turned
sense
into
in that
foodies.
regard. But oh my god, who animated this?
This is
And
what
that's
all
what I
Danish
mean.
people
Like
dream
we
about.
drunk all the time, so we don't even know what the fuck we're doing. Like this is
Are you drunk right now?
Yeah, that's a good excuse. Yeah,
maybe. I'm just saying this is not water, okay?
it sure looks like water. Here, what's your preference on drinks? On beers, particularly.
I'm more of a wine guy. I'm more of a red wine guy actually. I do love some rum. Rum is nice. I'm not the big beer drinker, but because it's so cheap, because like everyone buys it, so you can buy it for like nothing here. Like food is more expensive than beer. Incredibly enough. No, I'm more red wine actually. I like some wine. I'm more into that.
Interesting. Yeah,
Yeah.
I find that people like wine don't really have a good like fantasy about beer.
Yeah, but honestly, I'm more of a cannabis guy also. So it's like I don't even like alcohol. Is not even. Yeah.
Well, speaking of cultural appropriation, I don't know if I can. Can I share my screen? Does that work, or do you have to like give me permission or whatever?
Yeah, you can
Does that
share the
work, Dave?
screen. Then Benjamin or Dave will have to put it up.
Yeah.
Okay. I got it. If you want to see the sun's,
Yeah, there we go.
can you see it? Right now?
Yeah.
I don't know how this works.
It looks
Okay,
like a
so-
dog costume, though. Honestly.
Do you see that one from the front? Is that popping up?
Yes,
Or
Lilo
no?
Stitch.
Yeah. So my wife culturally appropriated Lilo, and then here was my costume, my dog boxers as promised.
I am not seeing that.
Oh, do I
Yeah,
have? Okay, I have to
yes.
re-
Scroll to the next one, or you may have to reopen.
I think because I did window, I'll have to here. Let me reach that real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be classified as cultural appropriation.
Yeah.
Come on, Barbie, let's go party. I have that going on in German in my head now. Thanks.
Yeah. Sometimes when you don't use the web browser, it freezes.
Well, while Chris is doing that, I'm gonna go ahead and answer his question about, I guess, our perspective or Native American perspective of. Oh, go ahead.
It's from the front.
Yep.
Oh,
He
it's
looks
very
very
cute.
happy there. Yeah.
Did you charge dad tax for the candy he got? Make sure you always charge dad tax. I do.
Dude, my dad does pickle
What's that?
tax. It's brutal.
Dad
Every time you
tax?
get pickles, he takes
You get like 10% of their candy haul from Halloween. They got all the best.
Yeah, and then this was my costume.
Just this.
Yeah, of course. I went out in that.
Ooh, nice.
Ripped INTJ, huh?
I need to go to sleep, so I'm gonna hop off. But I'll be sure to catch the VOD to hear what Manuel says next. But
Okay.
thanks. It's been a great time, and I appreciate how civil all the discussions were.
Yeah, love to have you here again. Thanks for coming.
It's good stuff.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
All right, Manuel, go for it.
Well, I just want to point out real quick that Andreas and how he kind of described Danish people, that's kind of how natives are. We're like, during the day, we act very like, I guess, like introverted. But like when you get a group of us together, I promise you, we're going to be very rugged and very, just very loud and very proud and very deep. But like, it's like kind of an inside joke too. Like we always like say like, oh yeah, you can always just come up to me and just ignore my face. That's just how I look. but so we're very similar in that sense. But like actually we were having this discussion because my roommate, he was talking about how Stanford, they released or they published like a paper on like what words are considered inappropriate socially, and one of them was tribe and tribal knowledge. And I thought about it, and I first thought it back to when I found out about OP and how they use tribe, to describe DE, and I was like, that's not okay. and it's funny because now looking back on it, I've never told any of my friends or family that are Native American about it because I don't want them to find out about that one word, because I know they're gonna be like, what? Why did they use that word? I'm gonna be like, and I have no way to defend them other than it was just pure ignorance. So but yeah, so I always thought that was funny. And then tribal knowledge, like I didn't know that was a thing, but like I guess people use that word, like tribal knowledge. Like I have tribal knowledge on soccer. I don't know. I'm just saying. So that was a kind of a mind blower.
Oh.
Yeah. Like I
So
didn't know
tribal, it almost sounds like an aggressive, like masculine type of a thing. Like is that what you're getting at? Like tribal knowledge of soccer is like he's a boss at soccer. Is it that kind of thing? Am I catching?
No. It's
Are
just like,
are you saying the
Right.
use of the word tribal? Is that what you're saying? The use of the word tribe?
Yeah, like the word of tribe itself, like
But
I
tribe
always
is a word that it exists way before white people ever came to America to describe any loose group of thing. It's like a structure of a society.
right. But like I guess from like a Native American perspective, like it's just like it's more associated with, I guess, Native Americans, I would say. At least that's
Like the 12 tribes of Israel has been around way before 5,000 years ago. So
Right. Well, and I should have
They have
prefaced.
ownership of that word, I guess.
See, this is where I get stuck. I'm not sure, but like I would say like it's I don't know. Or like another thing is like the Washington Redskins. Like when I was younger, I never really paid attention to it, but then after that whole thing, where they changed the different names and whatnot, I thought about it. I was like, okay, yeah, that is racist because it's Reds. Like it'd be like if I decided to call Chicago's or Illinois' football team the Illinois N-word, I guess.
No.
That'd be like
no, it'd be the Illinois Crackers.
All right, yeah,
right?
there you go.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, imagine a European country with like a soccer team, and it's like it's like the Americans, and they're just like holding their AK-47 while on the logo or something.
Okay, so
Glock, really the Glock.
Okay, so the
An
You mean their
American
hamburgers? Is
rifle.
that what they're holding? Their hamburgers and their chips?
Yeah.
So,
I should make a sports book game and let's fill it all with offensive team names to market it. Just get the controversy advertising.
Let's do it, Hank.
Yes, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna probably take an old EA Sports game and just reverse engineer that and just replace the images pretty much.
Oh, were you gonna say something, J-Ron?
I was just like noticing so like humor and being offended of something. Like you can be offended of something or find it funny. So like why is there's like it seems like like is it a fine line or is it a gulf? Because like I like to make fun of I'm making fun of myself, like white crackers in Illinois. Like it doesn't bother me, but you guys you take offense at the Redskin team. I'm just
here's the thing: if someone used that to attack you and say, "Well, he's a this, therefore, genetic fallacy and no access for you for that thing," then you're gonna get offended because I'm trying to take stuff from you based on stuff you can't change.
Are you gonna say something, Benjamin? No. Okay.
It seems like
okay. So I think this
in the
is
modern world, it seems like there's very little. Like the tolerance level has gone way, way sensitive compared to when I was a kid. So.
Well, okay. So I was like personally, like just on an individual level, I don't take things very personally. I don't know if that's just because I'm a double decider. More than likely, I also like was raised from like an older generation, so I don't really fit in with like my generation per se, or at least I don't hold the same perspective most of the time. But generally speaking, like I would also say like natives, like we just don't care. Like we'll call each other something like actually just last night, like me and my friends, we were joking around and we were calling each other Redskins or like I'll just say it. So like my tribe, we're known for eating puppy for ceremonial purposes, and he say, "You better shut up, you puppy eater." And it was funny in the moment, right? But we have that sense of camaraderie, I guess you could say, so we can just joke around.
You eat puppies?
Ruff.
Like you eat puppies? Really?
Oh, are you actually asking?
Yeah, I'm actually asking. What?
Yeah. Like the little dogs, not regular dogs, but puppies.
Little dogs that, yeah.
What breed?
How do you how?
How?
With their teeth.
Where do you get them? Well, you just go down to the pound?
China.
I mean, there's no real like way to do it, but generally, you like if someone just has a dog and they happen to have puppies around Sundance, and then
they happen to have puppies.
So Trump
It's
was
just
talking
like
about you. You were going to town and
they're eating
you're
the
eating
they're
the
eating the
dogs?
they're eating the cats.
You better
they're eating
run.
the
You,
dogs.
you've scared all the Americans away. You better
Yeah, I know.
run. They're gonna
All
come
right.
after you for the
I said
puppies.
too much. I'll see y'all next week.
No. Why puppies? Like how young? Is there an age cutoff?
Right.
As long as it's a puppy, it counts. It works.
So,
No.
so like the
Oh, what do
cultural
you-
context, like
What was that?
I'm
I'm going to culturally appropriate that. I'm eating puppies now.
Please no.
So
gotta
wait,
be a
but
reason,
what's
right?
No, they're not kosher. I
what's
can't
the
do it.
Puppies are halal,
story?
Benjamin.
Yeah,
What's
yeah.
this?
Like, is
Like
it like
you
a
eat-
survival thing where you're paying homage to using that as a food source in the past or something?
Yeah, basically. So the story goes, at least how I've been told, it differs from who you ask and which tribe. But from my tribe and how I was told was that when our people were traveling from, because originally my tribe is from Minnesota. So as we were traveling and, the French were moving in, we were traveling and we were looking for a new home, and a puppy was guiding us. And eventually it took us to our new home, but we didn't have anything to eat. We didn't have any, nothing to hunt with. And so
I'm not going to be a tour guide for you guys anymore. You can't come here.
It's all right, Benjamin. You're too old anyway. I'm kidding. No. But
Right.
puppy sacrificed itself and basically said to eat it so that way we could live on. So that's why we eat puppy every Sundance. Or at least some tribes.
Like a founding.
You have 4 rounds of Sundance.
Have you ever tasted puppy before, Manuel? You've eaten a puppy before?
I cannot confirm nor deny.
I approve this message.
I just want you to know this one over here is almost 15, and this one is almost 5. So
Okay.
these are not
Yeah.
puppies. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Do not eat those.
If you see any missing dog signs or any puppy signs, Annie, you know why. But we'll keep that.
He's in Oregon too. Oh my god.
That's all right. That won't happen till summer anyway, so it's okay. We still got some.
They do that in China too.
When's in the comments?
I really hope you're trolling us, Manuel. I really hope you're trolling us.
He's not.
I
That's
don't
the
think so.
thing. He's not.
Wait, about what? Summer or the puppy?
This is not trolling.
Yeah.
That's the first
Manuel,
part.
you better run, man. You better run.
I know,
Get out of
right?
here.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I mean, it's interesting. I couldn't fathom eating a horse. I really don't want to eat horse meat, but I know that people do.
My
So
tribe,
I've had zebra before.
we're not allowed to.
Wow. So it's just a cultural thing, I guess.
Yeah, it's genuinely just.
I generally don't eat babies except for lamb. And when I really think about it, that's, kind of sad.
Well, then don't go to Arizona and don't go on the Navajo Reservation.
Oh no, I spent a lot of time on Navajo
Oh, you
Reservation.
did?
And
Oh,
yeah.
You
So I've
got one?
eaten, I mean, as far as I know, it was mutton.
Yeah.
It wasn't puppy.
No,
But
they don't do
yeah.
that.
No, I spent a lot of time there in, sleeping down in Canyon de Chelly, and it was part of the high school that I went to. We just had a partnership. There was a Native American scholarship fund, and so we would go there and plant fruit trees and help people repair fences and stuff like that.
So you got some good mutton then.
Yeah, I love it. I love a good, fry bread, mutton taco. Those are great.
Mm.
Yeah.
Anyways, I better dip for.
Do they have sheepdogs there?
What for the sheep?
Yeah, they have sheepdogs.
Do they? Do they have herd? What is the? I don't remember. What is the method on the Navajo reservation for herding? Do they have dogs or?
They do, but I'm pretty sure most of them they just do it themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's too many coyotes.
There's that great scene from that the basketball movie that came out recently on Netflix.
Oh, Resball? Yeah,
Um,
Resball.
Yeah, Resball. Oh, I love that movie. I guess maybe because it took me back to,
Oh,
my
really?
time in that whole Four Corners area. But the scene where the boys band together it was just so sweet the way they worked together and got all the sheep back.
Yeah. I'm just gonna tell you from what I've heard from speaking to other natives, they all thought it was corny. And honestly, I agree.
Yeah. I know, and my mom watched it too, and I think that I was just like having a lot of hormones or something because it was so touching to me, and I was crying and everything. And my mom watched it, and she was like, "What?" It was kind of cheesy, kind of basic. But
Yeah.
the other thing that I loved about it was I don't like to watch basketball games, but the way they choreographed it and the music that they played, it made me feel that the music made me feel like this is what a basketball fan must feel like. It was like the music and the choreography. I just thought it was done really well. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and then and actually you pointed out, but like we all thought it was corny, but like I think the general consensus was like, yeah, I mean, it's just I'm assuming everybody else hasn't watched the movie. No? Okay. So
I don't care if I get spoiled. I'm probably not gonna find time. I'm so busy.
Okay, well, so basically, long story short, the point guard, he commits suicide because he was upset. He'd been dealing with his mom and little sister. They died in an accident. Annie, correct me if I'm wrong at any point. I believe she was drinking, and that's why, or either it had something to do with a car accident and someone was drinking. I don't remember exactly the details, but basically, yeah. So eventually he commits suicide, and so one of the other players on the team, he decides to he ends up taking point guard. And generally, like personally, that also hit home. See, I'm about to cry. A little too close to home because unfortunately, that's pretty similar to what happened in my family. One of my cousins, she was a basketball player, and then she took her own life. But yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it's just a very real occurrence, and it basically happens every year. So, unfortunately, we're just kind of, I guess, used to it. And I realize we're completely straying from appropriation. Oh, actually, that's actually what happens in the movie too. Is they towards the end of the movie, all these white kids end up speaking Navajo. That was pretty funny, actually. But yeah. But yeah.
What is like what is even the definition of cultural appropriation to you? Like what? I guess I've always been confused by what that means exactly.
I guess like I can't. There's not a real definition. I mean, I'm sure there is, obviously, but like from my perspective, in general, the general consensus is that basically, like I'm gonna say if a white person was wearing like jewelry, it's kind of seen as like, oh, all right, that's appropriation. Or especially if they make it, that's another big one. Like I've never seen that. Actually, I take that back. I've seen it once, and I was like, what? That okay? I don't know who told you could do that, but all right.
So, like, I know around my area they have lots of like arts and crafts, like necklaces and little stuff they sell. So that would be appropriate. But if I made it myself, then that would not appropriate. Is that what you're saying?
Wait, hang on, hold on. I have some jewelry. I'll show you. Hold on.
Okay, cool.
Also, while you're pulling that up, just the definition that showed up for me was cultural appropriation is the adoption of an element or elements of one culture or identity by members of another culture or identity in a manner perceived as inappropriate or unacknowledged.
Oh, so it's just a modicism. It says, I don't like it, insult, and this insult just be a cultural appropriation.
Yeah, it's I feel like it's basically just offending somebody based on cultural things. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, because a couple years ago or so, there was these white people that were wearing like the Chinese kung pao dresses, and there's a whole bunch of people that were getting all mad and upset. And my wife was like, "No, I think it's cool. They look nice. Like, why are you messing around? Like, let them do what they want to do." But my wife's way westernized, so I don't know if that counts.
No, you could. The thing is, you can snap them both ways. It says, "Well, I'm mad because you're wearing a dress," and you say you're mad because you're wearing something wrong because instead of wearing a dress, it's stupid.
Yeah, to me, it's like I feel like it's an individual, like case by case basis. It's like if I'm like generally speaking, most cultures don't like if any of you who aren't from America decided to say something about burgers and guns, like I don't care. In fact, I'd probably laugh. But
I
it's
think
like
where
if
it gets sensitive
it's like don't be a
yeah, it sounds like where it gets sensitive is like when you're talking about like a holy or a sacred thing in one culture, and then you're just making it profane or doing that kind of thing to it.
Okay.
That's what I was saying earlier, like the sensitivity level is just cranked up on some stuff that used to not be a problem, but now all of a sudden it is.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like again, what I said at the beginning, it's don't be a dick. Like I don't know, that's what it seems like to me. But but
Yeah.
Hold on. It's kind of coming out weird on my phone, on my screen. Can you see everything or no?
1 second, let's make it big.
Yes, I can see them.
Okay. Well, okay. So like, if it looked like any of this, then I would say that's appropriation. Because this is Pebble. This especially like this right here. This is a moccasin. I've seen some white people with moccasins, and that blew my mind. Oh yeah, and this is traditional. But I also know that a lot of white people wear.
They love those opals. Yeah.
Yeah. They like the
turquoise.
Or turquoise, yeah.
Turquoise and the silversmithing. Like I've seen white people, especially in Santa Fe. Like a lot of white people do that.
Yeah, man. Because like I drive by the national monuments, and there's always Indians out there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know which tribes, but yeah.
I don't know if y'all can see this. Sorry, again, it comes out weird on my screen. But so this is a pin. It's a water bird, and if I ever saw a white person with this, I would actually flip the fuck out. But
yeah, is it sacred?
Yes, it's very sacred.
And Darth Maul is sacred as well. I see.
No, that's just
kidding.
Praise Darth Maul.
Bro, you're out here appropriating George Lucas. Come on, man.
But is it sacred?
Of course it's sacred. It's
it
Star
used to be
Wars.
sacred until
Before
Disney.
Disney. Yeah. Pre-Disney
Before
Star Wars
Disney
is
was
sacred now because it's so much better compared to post-Disney Star Wars. So yes.
So Disney was appropriating it then.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Corporate overlords, man. They're the worst.
Well, and also I go back to my moccasins. So like there's like certain designs are very specific to each tribe. So like I don't know, actually hang on, let me pull it back out. So on my moccasins, I don't know why I'm actually ranting about this, but anyway, I probably shouldn't, but oh well. So
Well, thank you. It's interesting, so I'm glad you're doing it.
So for my graduation gift, my uncle, he asked me what did I want, and I said moccasins. And so he made the moccasin itself, and then his wife beaded it. So like these are buffalo tracks. Can y'all see that? I can't. Yeah. Okay.
Well,
So
they're gonna be actual buffalo tracks, but there's buffalo shaped tracks.
The white part or the black part?
The black part.
Black part buffalo tracks.
Okay, gotcha.
And so and I actually asked him if he could do a eagle design. He said no, because it's for specific purposes. I was like, all right. So like that would be an example too. Like some things or you just can't do because it's just too sacred, for example.
So the eagle has a different meaning that would not be appropriate on your foot then.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting.
Yeah. So
yeah, I feel like with this whole topic, the more as like you're getting your perspective, Manuel, I feel like the word cultural appropriation weakens this concept because it's like something people can make fun of because I feel like there's certain people will use the word to like defend cultures that may not need it's weird. It's like I feel like the word should just be removed, and it's just called, "Hey, don't be a dick to Manuel's culture and respect, what he doesn't want you to do." Like
yeah.
Would you be offended if I ate a puppy?
Hey, but there's an issue there. If I got my own beads from the freaking craft store or Amazon and made my own shoe, but if Manuel got pissed at me because I made the thing from the stuff I bought myself, then I would say, "Screw you! I bought this shit."
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's just about pissing people off. That's what I've been saying the whole time. You and Manuel
Yes.
just presumably wouldn't be friends at that point, and that's your
But
problem.
the problem is, I don't have enough authority to control their emotions, so I'm not going to try to be their slave just to keep them from being mad.
Well, no, nobody. I don't think anybody's saying that. Well, I mean, maybe some people are saying that. I'm not.
Some
saying
people
that.
are saying that, absolutely, but you're not.
Yeah, this is kind of hard. So I'm thinking about dance. So I've done a lot of belly dancing. So this is like a dance from a different culture. And that's so widely accepted. Women do African dance all the time. Like stupid little white girls like me taking African dance because it's fun. And like to me, I'm appreciating the culture when I do it. I'm learning something, but like I could never picture myself like putting on like making a jingle dress and like learning how to jingle dance. Like to me, it feels so wrong to me,
Yeah, that's not profaning
but
something. Like they have the Aboriginals in Australia. They have those dances that they do, and those are like sacred tribal dances that they do for specific places to show respect. So like if you were to go and learn that and do that publicly, that would be like profaning the sacred. I think that's all it is. It's just things that are culturally sacred. So like just copying black people's braids, that's okay. Like I don't know why people are getting pissed at that. That's the big one that people are triggered about.
So what
What
makes things sacred then? Is sacred just an opinion? Or is it just
no, it's sacred even for them. Like even they wouldn't go and do something like that. You know what I mean?
Well,
like even Manuel wouldn't put eagles on his moccasins. So like if you go and put eagles on your moccasins, that would be sort of mocking. You know what I mean?
Mocking the moccasins, right on.
Mocking the moccasins.
Yeah, but who should get to decide what I'm allowed to mock though?
Well, Hank, you can do whatever you want. Again, the point. The point is like, how many people do you want to piss off? Like, I feel like that's the only question here. Is it's just how many
everybody.
people
He wants
do
to
you
piss
want
off everybody.
Yeah, and it's like if you want to do that, that's fine, and you can do whatever you want. Nobody's like, you're not gonna go to jail if you go get the eagle moccasins. But
well, no, in this
country,
country, I wouldn't go to jail, but maybe in another country that didn't like their thing being mocked, they would definitely send me to jail.
Which country? For what reason?
So a lot of, I know China, China, absolutely North Korea. You just go to jail by default. And I think Singapore, and I think Thailand. There's a lot of things you can't mock. Like you definitely can't talk about the government in any of those countries without getting some serious problems.
I feel like that's changing categories, though. The government.
There's also some symbols that people wear that they have to earn, like within their culture. Like you have to earn those symbols, and then like if someone were to go around just wearing that symbol without earning it or even knowing what it means, that's also kind of
like in U.S., pretending to be a veteran will get you into trouble.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, it's just policing of the culture by the culture that has created the culture. So.
Yeah.
Well, and I want to state like we were talking about words specifically, like again, my perspective is not representative of the entire culture because again, I kind of hold a more, I don't know, I just don't take anything personally. So like if someone walked up to me and called me a redskin or an apple, I just wouldn't care.
An apple? What?
No one's heard that before? Have you heard that?
I've never heard that. Never.
Oh,
no.
I heard the company of Apple. And the fruits.
Well, okay, so
You're
that's more
Steve Jobs.
Well, okay, and that's another thing too. Like some if someone's like Native American, but they like are just I guess white, we'll call them an apple.
Oh, okay.
But apples are yellow inside.
What was that?
But apples are yellow inside, isn't
it? You get the
point.
point.
People are red inside.
But
Yeah, I'm more of a steak, so
yeah, but like, but again, like if someone walked up to me and called me a redskin, like I just wouldn't care. I'd probably give them like okay kind of look and just like move on with my day. But again, that's my perspective. But I also know like a lot of my friends, they probably would actually lose their shit. So yeah, or like even if, like again, like with the word tribe, especially with the op code, like. Or you know, again, like how they use tribe to define DE. Like I know Native Americans aren't gonna like that. Like even when I teach other people OP, I don't use the word tribe. I use like others or people instead of tribe because like that's just not within that context. I don't think it's appropriate personally.
Yeah, pretty much. It all comes down to force and who can enforce their policy. That's all it comes down to. It's just opinions backed by force. Period.
that's why Hank's always right.
Yep.
So you wouldn't be offended if someone else ate a puppy?
No. I mean, I guess like if they wanted to eat a puppy, go ahead.
Because in China, man, I've seen the restaurants that serve dog. They're there.
I'd be up for trying dog someday.
What was that, Dave?
Nobody saw that. Nobody saw that.
Is that a Benjamin huffing a pineapple? I couldn't tell.
It's I'll hold up again. It's Benjamin eating pizza on corn or corn on pizza.
Oh,
interesting.
Word.
I thought it was a funny photo.
Is he in like the Sistine Chapel or something too?
Yeah.
It's the Techno Church of Cultural Appropriation.
Hello.
Dave, your face.
My face. It's so dark.
Very
Let me turn on the light.
Dave, would you be offended if we shaved our heads?
No. Why would I be offended?
Just checking.
I have had a shaved head before.
I had friends that wanted to shave their heads because I went bald in high school.
Dave, do you like have the ability to grow like a real Isai mustache?
I don't know. Maybe.
I feel like you should, and then be bald and walk around with like sunglasses. That would be pretty cool, actually. I think you would get a lot of girls, and Benjamin would finally stop calling you gay, probably. So.
I'm not the one calling him gay. I've never called him gay.
Oh, I don't know who it was then.
I've never once called you gay, Dave. I've never called you gay.
Okay, Mr. ST, you've implied it plenty. Okay.
What do you mean plenty?
That was me. I'm the one that called.
Wait
him
a minute. Having a mustache without a beard does not make you look less gay.
I agree.
It kind of makes most people look more gay.
I'm trying to scam him. Okay, don't ruin it. Okay, don't like. I'm tricking him here.
I mean, I don't know. Any SF advice, I'm movable in any SF advice. I'm like, sure, that's a good idea. Yeah,
I didn't even NF call you gay. What are you talking about?
Oh, sure.
ST call you gay.
Yes. You don't know what you're implying. You're yeah. It's in. Yeah.
You call yourself shit, and I'm just pointing it out. That's all I do. I just point out when you call yourself shit.
Yeah, but I could yell at you when you do it because it's racist, homophobic, and other words that mean you're a bad guy.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'll just be a bad guy. Yeah.
No.
How many of those words were culturally appropriate?
Well, Dave, no matter what anybody says, I think you're sexy looking, no homo.
Much love.
What about me, Chris?
Chris, how did you come out? Like, you're the one who started the whole thing, and then you got me in trouble with it. And then you're just all like, "Oh, I'm your friend. I never."
Yeah, wait.
Sounds like Chris is playing a lot of Among Us.
Yeah,
right, Chris?
What's up?
You play a lot of Among Us.
Very little. I played like an hour or two.
Among Us, what?
Chris's dad's powers are coming on strong. I can feel it. That's what happens when you become a dad. No, you're dad powered. You got dad powers now because you're a father.
What are they?
Just what you just did. An earlier joke,
okay.
man. Dad jokes. Yeah, you're cranking out the dad jokes. I like it.
Yeah, start taking more like food tax or like, You got to get the candy tax. That's all really down move there.
Yeah, I require all Reese's Pieces peanut butter cups for my daughter. Fork them over.
Oh, Benjamin, I never got back to you with that email that you sent me with that video.
The what? What'd I do?
You sent me an email with the video. I don't know if it was intended on going to me or not, but you sent me one.
Oh wait, I was trying to send it to Hank. I sent it to you.
You sent it to the wrong person.
Gay
Then,
stuff? Was he sending you gay stuff too?
No, it wasn't gay.
Wait, did I send it to you today?
No, it was like, I think it was Monday, maybe.
Oh, what did I send you?
So it was interesting. I appreciate it, even if it was an accident. It was the AI thing with the one director guy. I can't remember his name, the director of Avatar or whatever.
Oh yeah. Right. Yeah, that was interesting. Yeah, I think I meant to send that to you.
Okay, yeah. I figured it seemed like something that, like, I don't know, it just seemed like something you might want to send to me randomly, but
right.
You know, I was listening to the video and it was
James Cameron, yeah.
Yeah, I feel bad because nobody has context. So for everybody else, it was he was basically just explaining AI and the potential problems with AI and how it could, if it becomes human enough, then it could kill everybody and kind of generic stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. We did a whole AI segment last stream. Me and Tiago and Manuel, and yeah, we talked about it. We went over this AI video of like all like the worst case scenarios. Some kind of like any guy just going to the extreme of like, if AI does this, and then this will happen, and then this will happen, and then it's gonna take over the world, kind of stuff.
I think I watched it was either the same video or a very similar one. I'm curious to go back and see if it was the same one, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a really popular guy. I forget his YouTube channel. It's like Paint Explains or something like that.
Yeah.
Paint Explainer, I think his name is. It was a good video, but a bit observery.
Yeah, with the AI thing, the way I figure it is, I think what Elon Musk did, I think it was him that was trying to make it like open source so everybody could have access. I see it as like if AI becomes a dangerous thing, then it feels similar to like the nuke situation, where if you just get everybody the AI, then who, like, if it's used in wars, or if like literally every person had their own personal AI that can do crazy stuff, who's going to use them? Because like the retaliation would be so quick.
It's whoever gets them first.
Yeah, that seems. Yeah,
because like historically, when one tribe has more technical, I hear I was going to quote Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's like, yeah, one tribe has more technological. I can't do that. I can't do it. I'm not even going to go there. But
technological advancement.
They always, They always beat the tribe that has less technology.
Yeah, so I think the Elon Musk solution seems reasonable, where if you try to make it as accessible to the most amount of people, then you get a stalemate situation.
But want to do the same thing like the internet has done, is just concentrate wealth on those that are already the wealthiest?
Perhaps, I don't know.
Possibly, yeah. We'll see. We'll see where that goes. It's definitely got a few years before something really.
I asked the AI to create a virus that would destroy the internet, and it wouldn't do it.
Wow, shocking.
Yeah.
I don't know. AI can't even add numbers sometimes. Like it just messes up the simplest calculations because it's not basing it off of math. It's like basing it off of just like what it's seen.
So
you have to feed it the programming to do the.
Right. You guys hear that background sound?
No.
Someone's in the kitchen. No. Okay, cool.
So that means
I asked it to review one of my songs, and then it like made a song for me, and I was like, "What are you doing?" It's like I gave it to the title of my song, and it couldn't find it. I wanted to just see if it could find my song on the internet, and it just like invented the song for me. I'm like, "That's not my song." It's like, "Oh, sorry."
If AI
like gave me the lyrics to it, I'm like, "I'm not that bad a writer."
Yeah, you're not. What is his name? I forget his name, but he made the bad song. Yeah, I forget what is his name.
Started reviewing a song that didn't exist.
No, it was like the guy. He's got so much shit for it. He's got like, if you write with ChatGPT, you'll make better lyrics. like in the thick of it. That guy. You guys not know about that? Oh, KSI.
No.
Yeah, KSI.
Oh, KSI. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing, I've actually also tried to use the AI to like for my book, but also lyrics. And I gotta be honest with you, when it comes to definitely like rap, it sucks. Like it's so cringe. Like
It sucks
the
at everything.
rhymes. Yeah, like it's not that advanced. And every time I hear people talk about how AI will take over the music industry, maybe in some areas, but I'm sorry, no. Like
No.
I feel like there's some kind of creativity that the AI just cannot really
Yeah,
do. Like it's
people,
very
you're
superficial.
telling like a story when you're a writer, you know, and
Yeah.
you're a person, and like people can relate to that.
Yeah.
And AI
That's the
songs would
soul
be like,
behind it.
it's like kind of like background, like lofi music that just like
Yeah.
that people can make in like 20 minutes.
Like it's
Yeah.
nice. Like I feel like it's. I think I've heard someone else use this terms for it, but it's like it's fast food. You know what I mean? Like
Oh,
it's
Yeah.
easy, it's quick, but it's not
good
as.
analogy. Yeah.
It's not as good for you, and it doesn't really like. It might be fun now for a month, but it will die so quickly. So I think like sure you can make a hit with an AI song or whatever, but I don't think it's gonna. Like, I think if you take a real legit good song created by humans versus an AI song, the real legit good song will overrun the AI
Oh
song.
yeah, because our
Now,
songs are so great these days. Come on.
yeah, that's true.
The-
That's
dude,
another thing, okay, Benjamin. That's another
like,
thing. My point is, but the AI song will win over the bad songs. Maybe like it might, you know what I mean. Like it might win over some
wait,
people
man.
and take the job there, but it might also.
Remember when the AI computer Deep Blue beat the chess master? That'll
Yeah.
happen one day with AI now, or with songs.
Yeah, it'll make a better Snoop Dogg song than Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, it will erode it all, man.
Maybe with the music, but I'm just not sure with the lyrics.
Right now, no. Right now, no. But one day.
You can see that the writing's on the wall, man. It's gonna do it.
I think it's gonna take out the the medium ones, if that makes sense. But I think the great ones will still stand. I don't know. I just still think it's gonna. There's just some realness to it when it's a human. But yeah, it might. It
Yeah,
might.
Yeah. I can say
It
something
seems like
about that. Like with just how time has traveled, especially with the internet, in music. Like there used to be like bands. Like you had bands, and then
Yeah.
now it's just like some guy on the internet making a
Yeah.
song through online. And it's like that's what I kind of grew up with. And my parents, like, obviously gave me their 80s and 90s music and stuff. And like I appreciate and I feel the music of the older songs more than the songs I grew up with. Because yeah, it's like it's a band. It's like they had to do this, and like it just the whole situation rather than just like someone sitting at their computer making a song is
Yeah, authentic synergy between the people, huh?
yeah, right.
I bet you it can be
Yeah.
simulated one day, though. Honestly,
I mean, there still are bands. It's not like they've totally gone away, but yeah.
But also, I also like this is just a thought. This is just a thought. Vinyls used to come back in a period of time. So I think like what if like it will in a sense take over, but then people will turn it back and then will turn over again. Now this is just again a theory because you can see that with movies also, like how we are in a period of
Yeah.
time where we are romanticizing the 80s a lot. But give it like 10 years ago, we didn't as much. So I just feel like things come sometimes in circles. So I also just wonder if like things will, you know what I mean? Like come back and then die and then.
There's cycles of styles and whatever they recycle and reform and change. The AI will be part of that, but
I hope we will go back to mixtapes again. That was
Like
great.
Trent Reznor did his whole Nine Inch Nails album all on his own. And back then it was bands, but he was the only guy doing a whole album all by himself, and that was like huge.
Yeah.
Whereas like today it's not as
big.
Big.
Yeah, no, I know this guy Hobson, a rapper, and he also like produces everything himself almost, kind of most.
Yeah,
of
like
the
today
time.
that's standard, but like back then it wasn't. Yeah.
Yeah, the equipment Trent Reznor used cost like $100,000+?
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, because he was like the janitor and he snuck in and did it after hours.
Is that what he did? I'm
Yeah,
pretty
I
sure
think
that he got creative control and they let him do what he did.
Yeah,
He worked
I
with
think
like Iovane or something.
Yeah, he worked there in the day, I think, and he did janitorial work or some other kind of work, and he was allowed to use it at night when they weren't using it for whatever.
Oh, cool.
I actually got a dip here in a bit, so I just wanted to say real quick that Benjamin, I did watch that video on the box jellyfish.
Oh, the jellyfish video? That's awesome. Yeah.
It was actually pretty easy to get through. I just need to sit down and actually listen to it. But my thoughts on it, I saw that you said that it kind of explained the sensory function for you. Is that?
No, like basically it has 4 brains that all have to communicate with each other. Every
Right.
eye is its own brain. And they all have to communicate in order to coordinate together. And it's like, no, lots of questions pop up because like, okay, so like the opposite eyes are controlling that direction of motion. And they can't coordinate because they have no direct neural pathways between each other. They have to go through the other eyes. So it's like it works just like the cognitive functions, because like the cognitive functions have to find balance, but they can't talk to each other. They have to go through their neighbors to talk to each other.
Right.
I know it was weird.
Oh,
it is kind of connected to what the CRG teams are. It's like what you were saying there.
well.
You could say exactly for the CRG teams.
Exactly. Yeah.
Do they
Or
take
does
a,
jellyfish to you? That's cool.
do the jellyfish take a copious notes though? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. Do they?
Yeah, can jellyfish take notes? I don't know.
You have to copy other jellyfish's
Well,
notes.
and then also on Discord, Benjamin, you said that you think that the feeling the emotion is an emergent property. Is that accurate?
It's just feeling. I think everything's emergent to some degree, but it's more complex. Like feeling is more complex. They're more like robots. These jellyfish are just like robots.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was coming to seeing too, but that didn't occur to me to think of the Ropalia as the Grant stack. I didn't think about that. That's an interesting. Because actually my brother asked me about Memo. He asked me about that. He's like, why is the Grant stack even a thing? And I was like, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't have the exact answer for it. At least right now.
Yeah. And then the other thing is like, okay, they're having a very different picture of the world. Like the world we see and the world they see is very, very different, but we're still getting accurate results out of how we perceive things. And how they're getting accurate results out of how they perceive things. Like they're seeing the world as just like lines and contrasts.
Right.
Anyways.
What I do want to know is if it's able to guess. They didn't really explain that, but I do want to. If it has the ability to guess.
I mean, it's training itself over time.
Yeah. Also, I joined the Discord. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh yeah. I didn't take a look yet. I'll take a look.
Okay.
Cool.
Also, before I dip, my last thought. I've been thinking about what you said about cognition versus consciousness, and after I thought about it, like I literally had to take a day to think about it, and then after, or like just let it sit in the back of my mind, and then when I started thinking about it, like actively, I was like, oh wait, okay, this implies a lot of different things, and I'm still wrestling with those implications, but yeah.
Oh, where did you get to on your thoughts?
Well, because I think, okay, so from my perspective, you are correct about the information space. But I also think Donald Hoffman / Carl Jung were onto something when they said that cognition projects reality, in a sense, if that makes sense.
I mean, it projects reality onto consciousness, sure.
But
not reality, just our representations of it.
Right. And so in that case, now I'm stuck at, well, I'm kind of still stuck at where I was before, but at least, it gave me a better framework. But yeah, but I've been thinking about the information space and like how that works with the cognitive functions, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, let me know what you get to.
All right. With that being said, it was great talking to all of y'all. Have a good day.
And thanks for talking about that stuff. Appreciate it.
No, you're welcome. All right.
Yes,
Have a
we
good
enjoyed your show and tell.
Have a good day.
So Benjamin, I did want to mention, what were there any particular thoughts you had on the video that you sent me? I was just curious if you had a purpose or point behind it.
Oh wow, I don't remember. That was a while ago.
Okay, that's all good. I was just curious.
Yeah, he was similar type to you. That's
Yeah.
why I sort of sent it to you as well.
Wait, Chris, what type
Yeah,
is you again?
Take a guess.
NIT or NITI maybe?
Yeah, the first one, yeah, NIT.
Oh yeah, no, you definitely have the you have both the vibe of like that type, but also the face of it. I feel like.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
What is it? Linux? Linux?
Yeah,
Looks like that
it's
guy.
the boxer shorts.
Yeah.
Linus.
Are you plus play consume then?
No, blast sleep play.
Okay, yeah, because you do seem to have
Supposedly.
play. You do have the
I
energy.
don't think
play.
you're energy dumb, Chris.
Yeah, I
don't
feel like
know.
I'm in a similar space where I've looked at that and I feel like I could go either way and it doesn't seem clear to me.
Benjamin, what would you
one way or
say
the other.
then? Flash play consume?
I don't know. I don't feel like he's an energy dumb.
I agree.
That's all I
yeah.
can
No,
say.
I know
That's
what
fair.
it is. It's blast play boxer shorts. That's what it is.
Yes. I'm not too concerned at it. I know I see like blast sleep and I know I'm that and I don't really care about the
And
rest.
you're good. You got your first two saviors.
That's fine. That's fair. I was just curious. Anyways, keep going. I was just curious. You definitely have INTJ vibes, and I was just
Oh, you good guess. Good guess, man. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Know your stuff.
Yeah.
But what I was impressed with that video was how he's a single observer supposedly, but he's not freaked out by the observations. I guess he's had like a long time to process it, and he was like the very, he did the Terminator stuff, right? So like he was the first one to start the whole AI is going to be taking over the world with war and stuff. But he really did look at all of the nuances on, war and how AI could take over for soldiers for targeting what they're targeting and stuff like that. I don't know. And it would be more accurate and better than soldiers. Like there would be less civilian deaths if AI took over, that kind of thing.
Yeah, the thing that was to me, I thought that video was like a great, if I wanted to send somebody just a quick synopsis of like the problems of AI, I felt like he hit like every point very clearly. There was only like one goofy analogy about the genie out of the bottle, but otherwise everything else was like very clear, and I feel like he laid out the landscape well. And I was thinking about like, why isn't he scared of the problem, or he doesn't seem to be? And I feel like it's probably because he's just had a long time to think about it, and he's seen like the cycles of the technology develop, as he mentioned with like CGI, because he was the first one that adopted it. And it seems like he's really just paying attention to the I don't know, just how like the cycles of technology itself works, I guess, is what it kind of seems like.
He wasn't stuck in single observer land. I felt the whole time.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, if you ever want to send me videos, like you can spam me. I'll probably put them in my watch later and take a while. But yeah, if there's anything, I love getting videos from people. So
sweet.
Even if it's gay porn.
Well,
Dave, you're not helping your case.
The implication was YouTube.
You're just not helping your case.
The implication was YouTube, and I don't know how that would go over on YouTube.
You actually can't do that. I tried to joke with my friends one time, and I tried to send a porn video where it was like not porn, but a Minecraft Let's Play video uploaded on porn, and even the Star Wars movies uploaded on porn, and it would not let me do that. It would not.
Oh, speaking like in that same ballpark.
So no.
No, it's not about porn. Well, it kind of is, but so I learned recently there is a trend with breastfeeding tutorials.
Tutorial. That's great.
And that's allowed. You can show titties on YouTube if it's a breastfeeding tutorial. So there are these like thirst trap women who pull out their baby doll, supposedly, and they're showing you how to breastfeed it. I heard it was a Chris Williamson video.
But that's actually funny because I have more time. Like I don't know how it is now. It's some time ago, but I have been researching a little bit on YouTube about like because they have rules and guidelines for what you can put on YouTube and what you cannot, right? And for the most part, they are very good at finding what you cannot. But a lot of times they're shit. So you actually can find porn on YouTube. You just have to like really want to find it and really dig deep. It's hard to find, but you can find it. You can find the most sick shit on YouTube. You just have to dig a lot to find
You
it.
just have to be 15 and bored.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's right.
I wasn't 15, but I was definitely bored. That's for sure.
It makes me think of also on YouTube. I don't know if anybody catch that problem that was around a while. I don't even know if it was a problem. It was just weird where if you typed in like periods or emojis into the search bar, it'd bring up like these cringy like I don't know, like it was like videos spammed with like it was either like I think some of it was Hindi text, emojis, periods, commas, all that, and it was like weird like like horror kind of like weird spooky stuff. I don't know why everybody was, but it was like found footage style where people are doing just like weird uncanny things.
Oh, but that's a lot of them as well, and that's always been that on YouTube because like I remember creepypastas. I don't know if anyone was ever into that, but in the early days of YouTube, I guess the creepypastas was a big thing. I don't know how big it is anymore, but and what creepypasta kind of brought with it was kind of these found footage video and analog horror stories, and they become quite popular and still to a degree I feel like is. So I don't think it's just these, like you can find them anywhere. There's a lot of them actually.
Sounds like a material for a sequel to Blair Witch or The Ring.
It is, yeah, and it also got very much inspired by that. And I don't think the Paranormal Activity movies help. That was around like 2007, I think that came out, and that like the whole thing just combined. I think it really made people wanted to see that more, and that was definitely a thing for that.
Yeah, it was like a perfect storm too, because the Paranormal Activity came out with like the found footage, and then it was starting to pick up. I feel like around that time, so it was like the perfect combination of using the medium to replicate.
Replicate that.
Got born. Yeah,
exactly. And it's not that hard to make. Like you don't have to use a lot of money to make something very uncanny and shitty, and because the quality doesn't have to be good, right? You don't have to have a big expensive camera or anything. You can kind of do it with your phone. So it's it's easy also.
Yeah, horror stuff is traditionally very cheap to make.
True. Evil Dead is a good. It doesn't have to be expensive big movie. You can do it with very little. Like the first Evil Dead movie. I think you can even see like the camera gear stuff in the background at one time, and you can see some strings or something. It's so dumb, but like the movie is still great, even though it's old as shit. But yeah.
I know in America they're trying to, Pornhub is getting banned in a lot of states.
No, it is. That's interesting.
It's not. It's banned in my state where I'm at.
Why is it banned? You guys masturbating too much, or what's happening?
They're just trying to protect the children, but like there's just so many other websites. Like they're just
there are.
Doesn't do anything.
Yeah, they're trying to do that in my state too. And they're trying to like regulate it, so you have to prove you're an adult, like with a credit card or some kind of
holy shit.
Yeah, I think Texas was the first state they implemented that.
Honestly,
you guys are masturbating too much. You gotta step up your game.
Yeah.
honestly, I think it's good, man, because your kids get too affected by the social media
Yeah.
and all that kind of crap on there, man. It can go crazy.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And it's very easy to find also. Like it's not hard to find.
Yeah, I thought it was weird. It's like, why would they do that? It doesn't
It
really change.
I find it weird because it's like it's gonna what are like as you say there's so many other porn sites, so if you want to see naked girls you can easily find that. But at the same time I do like it probably should be regulated because it seems like there is a big problem statistically speaking with porn that it definitely is ruining a lot of people's
Yeah,
life and
I think
sex
1 out
life.
of 5 males
Yeah.
are addicted.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like the addiction is
Are-
high. So
Are you guys talking about the Pornhub terms of service thing that came up or whatever recently?
Yeah, that.
It came up. Why? Why did it come up for you, Chris?
it came. Ahaha. Aha. Ahaha.
No, it was something I heard. I don't go on Pornhub. I have a wife to satisfy my problems.
Satisfy my problems.
Yeah, my
Interesting.
problems. Yeah, weird wording, but
Yeah, really. But no, I accept it. I respect it. That's fine. You do you.
yeah. No, I just heard about it that it was getting restricted or whatever. As far as I understand, for like do you have to make an account now to verify your age or something like that? Is that right?
Yeah, into that, and I mean in Indiana, it's flat out like banned.
Okay.
No age verification or anything. It's
Yeah.
just like for only people that can get in are content creators.
Yeah, I think the legislators are trying to put enough pressure on them so they'll enact the age verification thing or something.
Yeah.
I
like
was always
Andreas was
struggling to
saying-
figure out what's the difference between porn and prostitution. It seems like the same to me. I don't get the difference.
It's
One's
sex
real,
work,
one's
I
Yeah,
guess.
it's like sexually exploiting others for money. So I mean, it basically is the same thing. Just degrees, I guess.
It's also getting paid for sex. It's like I couldn't see the difference between the two.
Yeah, like if you pose and you get paid, but that's legal. But if you actually have sex with somebody for money, then
If
it's
there's a
illegal.
camera, it's legal. If there's no camera, it's illegal.
I
Something like
know.
that.
I have
Didn't
my phone
Family
with me all
Guy
the
make a
time,
joke
so-
about that one time, I think. Come on, Dave, you must remember this shit. You should watch
say?
Family Guy. Family Guy, they have like a joke. I'm pretty sure they have like a joke where they're like buying a prostitute and gonna have sex with that prostitute, and then the police come in knocking out the door and being like, "Stop!" Right? And then they're like, "Oh no, it's fine." And then they're putting up a camera. We are filming it. We are paying
Yeah,
her.
I don't know
She
where
is a
that's from.
prostitute,
Yeah,
but we are
It's definitely-
filming it. And they're like, "Ah, okay, no problem." And maybe have a good day.
Yeah, and then
Bye.
they leave.
Yeah.
Carry on. Yeah. Backfired, Dave. I know.
Why did you guys talk about the squirrel ever? Did you guys hear about that squirrel that got killed?
Yeah, what's about that? I see some memes about it, but I never really.
Yeah, Peanut the squirrel, man. They executed him.
Why did they execute a squirrel? What's going on?
No,
America,
it was like
explain.
a social media squirrel. Like he was famous. He had a lot of followers. And then
Oh.
animal control came in and killed it.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. Apparently, this guy got the squirrel, was like injured, and he found it and raised it back to health, and then it became an internet thing, and they made money, and then he bought a property and changed it into like an animal rehabilitation facility, and the squirrel's popularity on Instagram would give it money so they could operate it. And then they'd take in different things, but he didn't follow the rules and do all the things right. So he had a raccoon, and the raccoon could have rabies. So someone told on him. I was like, some Karen.
I don't think
Karen
someone actually
on him.
told on him. It doesn't make sense.
That's the story I heard. That
Yeah.
someone complained because
They were just leaning on that. They were using that as a justification for why they
that
killed
could
it.
be, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the guy that set it up didn't follow all the rules, so then they came in and they were probably throwing their power around and feeling pretty important, and they murdered the squirrel.
Gotta follow the SI
And the
rules, or they will
raccoon
murder you.
and a dog. I don't know.
Yeah.
They murdered
Saw
a
this-
few of their animals.
Yeah, they took the raccoon, Frank the raccoon, and Peanut the squirrel.
Holy shit,
Somebody went to-
massacre.
If
And then
somebody wants to share
they
my
blamed
screen,
Kamala for
I
it.
saw this funny comment.
Yeah,
some
the
reason.
Republicans are like, I saw Republican T-shirts with the peanut on there with Trump. I'm like, are you kidding me?
How is
JD
Trump going to
Vance-
save the squirrel? Why is this a Kamala
Yeah,
problem?
JD Vance was out there saying peanut, vote for Republicans, and I'm like,
I saw this comment the other day and it made me laugh.
What is this?
Just goofy.
Oh no.
It's just a random comment that I saw in a like Asmongold video.
It's true. Everything did went downhill from when Harambe died. Like I feel like he was the critical moment in time where like we made a shift in the through a human timeline where everything just went shit. Someone needs to go back and save Harambe. You don't need to go back in time and save baby Hitler, but we should save Harambe. That was a mistake.
Yeah.
I want to see this video she talked about. Yeah, it'd be interesting.
Yeah, all the people I've ever met from Africa are always really eager to share their like culture, it seems like.
Anyways, I will leave and do INTP evil shit. Have a nice time.
All right.
Peace.
Great to have you.
all right, I'm out too. Bye bye.
All right. Looks like it's a good time to
Good, Jared.
stream here.